Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular July meeting of the Concord Zoning Board of Adjustment. We will follow our usual procedure this evening, which is to say we will take up the cases in the order in which they appear on the agenda. We will ask the appellant to come forward and give whatever presentation he or she would like us to hear. We do request whenever possible that the appellants confine themselves to a 10-minute interval. We will then ask the appellant to step down, and we will solicit testimony from anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard in favor of the appeal, or anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard in opposition to the appeal. We ask that those people confine themselves, again, if at all possible, to a 5-minute interval. The reason we do this is because we have quite a full agenda this evening, and so I encourage you to be as brief and concise as possible out of consideration for those who follow you on the agenda. Following the testimony, we will check in with code enforcement to see if there are any comments from their office. And then, if any matters have been raised that seem to bear factual clarification, the appellant will have the opportunity to offer that clarification, not new arguments, prior to our closing the public testimony portion of the hearing. And under most circumstances, the board will act on each case, consider and act on each case prior to moving on to the next one. Our first case this evening is case 0056, 2023, 150 Manchester Street, CH, Highway Commercial District, and AP Aquifer Protection Overlay. Manchester Street Concord Auto LLC is the owner. The owner wishes to expand the auto sales use on the property to the newly acquired merged abutting property. The owner is seeking the following variances. Article 28.3, 6D, 3M, prohibited uses within the Aquifer Protection District to allow the expansion of the existing use into the overlay. Article 28.5, 37A, required setbacks to allow a storage setback of 10 feet where 50 feet is required. Article 28.5, 37B, screening requirements to allow a 10-foot wide planted buffer on the border with 8 Integra Drive in lieu of the 6-foot high perimeter fence that is required. Whom do we have here from 150 Manchester? Please come forward. Why don't you have a seat over here? Yeah.
As people speak, can you make sure you sign in? We've been having trouble with some names.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll sign in afterwards. For the record, my name is Jeff Lewis from. Oh,
Swear to tell the
wait
truth?
For all of us? All right.
Yeah.
You want to do us all together? All right.
Yeah. It's a little ritual. We do it.
Yep. I should know that.
Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
Gentlemen, would you identify yourselves?
Yeah, my name,
for the record.
thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jeff Lewis from North Point Engineering.
My name is Dennis Wilson. I'm the owner of Capital City Subaru.
My name is Scott Silverman. I represent the owner of the property.
Just for the record also, Mr. Chair, I am a member of the Conservation Commission here in Concord. Not here in that capacity tonight. I'm here as my professional capacity as a civil engineer representing the applicant and the property owner. And we're here for the variances, requesting the variances you mentioned. I just wanted to take a step back. I was here about 18 months ago representing part of this property. Some of you may remember that. We had a variance request at 10 Integra Drive, which is the southern half of this property up for you tonight. At that time, there was a variance that was granted to allow a sale of automotive sale and rental in the industrial zoning district. As you can see on maybe the second page there, Tracy, this property is split zoned between the highway commercial, which is the section along Manchester Street, and the industrial zone, which is along Integra Drive. This was two separate parcels in the past, 10 Integra Drive on the south and 150 Manchester Street, which is the Subaru dealership on the north. And about 18 months ago, Subaru had entered into a purchase and sale agreement with a prior property owner, Barbara Mariano, to purchase the 10 Integra Drive parcel with the intent of expanding the dealership onto that parcel. As a condition of that purchase, they wanted the prior owner to secure the variance, which was needed because automotive sale and rental is not allowed in the industrial district. So I was before you folks in the winter of 2022 with attorney Amy Manzelli on behalf of Barbara Mariano, and we did receive that variance on the 10 Integra Drive parcel to allow the sale of motor vehicles, subject to the parcels being merged. That was a condition that you folks put on that approval. So subsequent to that variance, the Subaru dealership and their holding company did purchase the property, and then they did merge the property. So now that is all one aggregate property. It's about 3.8 acres, and it is known now as 150 Manchester Street. The north half is the Subaru dealership, and the south half is just an undeveloped parcel that used to be 10 Integra Drive. So since that time, Subaru has started planning for their expansion. They do have a proposed expansion of the building to take it from about a 10,000 square foot building to a 25,000 square foot building. One thing that had not been contemplated when we were before you a year and a half ago was the fact that the dealership, as with most of the dealerships nowadays, are made up by kind of two different parts. One is the automotive sale aspect of it, and the other is the automotive service or repair. And in the Concord zoning ordinance, those are two distinct uses, which both have separate performance criteria, performance standards, if you look at the table of permitted uses. So while we did secure the variance for the automotive sales, the automotive repair and service is creates another zoning issue for us, which is what we're here tonight for. Primarily, it has to do with the Aquifer Protection Overlay District, which if you go to the next slide, Tracy. So this entire area is in the AP Overlay District. All these dealerships on this end of Manchester Street fall within that. And this, as you know, this is the municipal wells in the town of Pembroke. And that's kind of the extent of the AP district, overlay district, as it extends down Manchester Street.
Mr. Chairman, may I just stop you for one
Yeah.
second? I need to disclose that I represent the town of Pembroke. I work closely with Carolyn Cronin. I've talked to my client. They don't have any objection to me participating tonight, but if you do, please let me know and I'll step away.
No, I don't think we do, no.
Thank you.
We're trying to meet all the concerns of the town of Pembroke for sure. So this is pretty typical. Anytime a project in this area of town gets proposed, whether it's to the planning board or the zoning board, I think this is pretty typical that goes to the town of Pembroke for review and comment. But that is the situation here. And the automotive repair and service, while it is a permitted use in the underlying zoning districts, both the highway, commercial, and industrial, it's not a permitted use within the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. So we are here requesting a use variance for that aspect of the dealership in the AP Overlay District. In addition, there's a couple of performance standards that the automotive repair needs to adhere to, which is section 28537 of the ordinance, which again, the automotive sales does not need to conform to that. It's just the repair and servicing. And we are asking for a couple of variances. That primarily pertains to screening of the property. And you'll see when you look at the plan kind of why we're asking for those couple of variances. And this is where it gets a little bit kind of murky or gray when I'm looking at this, because when we talk about the automotive sale aspect of it, we're talking about the primary, use on this property in terms of kind of storage, if you will, is inventory storage of vehicles. So as you know, on these dealerships, they're storing a lot of inventory. And there is no screening requirement for inventory storage. As you know, on all the new dealerships out there, I mean, they're right up along the street. They want to be, viewed, and there is no requirement. But when you're talking about outdoor storage, which is what's contemplated with this performance standard that applies to the automotive repair and service, there is a screening requirement. There is a requirement to have a 6-foot solid fence around the perimeter of the site. There's a requirement to have a 50-foot setback from the street right away, as well as a couple other items. What's unique here is that the storage that we're talking about is vehicles, not the display or the inventory storage, but the vehicles that are being serviced there. So as you know, on a lot like this, they kind of all get mixed together, and it's all one big kind of asphalt parking lot. So we're trying to develop a plan that we think meets the intent of the ordinance here. For all practical purposes, this is a dealership, it is a dealership lot. So we're trying to make it consistent with what's out there on Manchester Street and what has been approved, in the past years on Manchester Street for new dealerships. So technically looking, we are looking for those three variances. The first one, Article 28.3.6 D3M, is the prohibited uses within the Aquifer Protection District. And that really comes down to protecting the aquifer and making sure that any water that, stormwater or runoff that gets back into the ground is properly treated. So in this case, that is the main concern, is with stormwater management. This will be a redeveloped facility, so we will have the opportunity to upgrade and enhance existing stormwater infrastructure on the site. We will obviously need to go to the planning board for a site plan approval and conditional use permit approval, because we are in that aquifer overlay. There'll be a CUP associated with that. We will have an alteration of terrain permit from DES, so DES will be looking at stormwater management of this. So we will need to comply with all of the city requirements for stormwater management and the state requirements for stormwater management. That will include preparation of a spill prevention plan, as well as a source control plan that DES will require on this site. So those are the typical things that we're required to do as part of that planning board and permitting process that will ensure that we aren't having a negative impact on the aquifer or the soils up in that area. That's consistent with what happens up there on any development project. So meeting those standards, I think we will be, properly protecting the aquifer to any reasonable standard, which is the primary objective of the zoning ordinance in the first place up there. So I think that's really what, kind of our argument and in support of the variance is all about, is meeting stormwater standards. And the other two are the setbacks required for screening. As I mentioned, one is a 50-foot setback from the street. And this is where it gets a little bit gray, and I may need some help understanding how we would enforce that, because I think we are allowed to have display for parking within 50 feet of the street, but we aren't allowed to park vehicles associated with the repair and servicing within 50 feet of the street. So on our plan, we've identified display area as the vehicle display area that's within 50 feet, and kind of reserved spaces for the repair facility that is further back from the street. Along Manchester Street, that's an existing condition. Obviously, we'll be enhancing that and trying to comply a little bit better with some landscaping up there. But we would like to be able to park vehicles on the majority of that site, including within 50 feet of the street. And similarly, the fence, there's really no reason to have a fence around this site. They don't need a solid fence around the perimeter for screening or for security. Any type of screening. We're talking about light industrial uses to the west of us, existing dealerships to the east and west of us along Manchester Street. So that would be a variance from Article 28.5.37 to eliminate the need for the fence. So those are the three variances we're asking for. It's a little bit complicated because of the way these performance criteria are affecting this property. Let me just see if there's anything else I wanted to add. I mean, I think that's it. I mean, other than going through the criteria, answering any questions, I have Dennis here to answer questions about the operation of the building or what else is being proposed. If you have any questions for him, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Or?
No.
All right, we'll stop there.
I have a question about that last thing that you touched on. You said there are two areas. One is designated on the plan for display. The other is designated for storage of vehicles you're working on. Did I correctly understand that?
Yeah, so we're required to have a certain number of parking spaces based on the number of service bays in the building. So those need to be designated parking spaces. So we have those on the plan, and those are kind of the ones that are the darker lines on the plan right now. They just have the circles identifying the number of spaces there. And then around the perimeter, we're identifying that as vehicle display area, which would be the inventory storage, right?
So the question concerning enforcement is, how do you know what's for sale and what's being?
Well, I understand I understand the reason for Right, how would you know that on a site that's, it's just, I don't think it's contemplated, the zoning ordinance doesn't quite contemplate how these dealerships work in terms of those two uses, it's all intermingled on the site, right?
Understood. Okay, I wanted to make sure I correctly
Yeah.
understood that point. Any other questions from the board? Yeah,
Question, did I hear you right, did you say that most of the other dealerships in that area of Manchester Street are also within the aquifer protection?
Yeah, if you go back to that other slide, Banks across the street their entire building is within that, that's across the street on Manchester Street. The new Grapponi Mazda is on the west side of that. Mariano's to the west of us, Dan O'Brien Kia is to the east of us, and the Nissan dealership at the corner of Airport Road right there, all those are within that aquifer. All of them have repair and service facilities associated with the dealership.
So none of that would be, so they, to your knowledge, they all either had a variance or were pre-existing use?
I don't know that they all had a variance, but certainly they're all, I mean, yeah, they're all very similar.
Do you happen to know what types of uses are allowed in the aquifer protection district? Are like residential buildings or?
Yeah, it's a list of,
Retail?
there's a list of everything except for what's listed as prohibited, which all has to do with what you'd expect at gas stations and what the high-load areas or high,
Is it anything that has a risk to contaminate the,
groundwater, yeah,
okay,
pretty much.
thanks.
carry on, please.
I just had a
That's all I have.
question. I'm trying to get my arms around why you need the second variance. You're saying by right you can display within the first 50 feet?
Well, I think that's, yeah, I'm not sure. So we tried to submit an application that we thought was all-encompassing and, because it is a gray area. So our plan right now is showing display area within that 50 feet. And I don't want to get into a situation where, yeah, they're parking cars there that aren't display or something like that, so I'm not sure, I guess is the answer to that question, yeah.
I mean, if we grant the second variance, it sounds like you can park cars awaiting repair within what?
Within 50 feet of the,
Yeah.
of the two street ways, right?
What your intention is the opposite.
That's correct.
All
How
right.
many service bays are there now?
10,
And you're going to 16?
16 with 2 alignment loops as well.
And they're all in the building?
Yes.
One other, oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Did you guys see the Pembroke's requests or their, you
Yeah.
know, is that, can you meet these requirements?
Yeah, I
Their-
did.
Their recommendations?
I did see that, thank you for bringing it up, I meant to mention that. So those are all appropriate requests. I think the first three, I certainly have no problem with. Those are all things we would need to do, and I think I basically mentioned those are the first three. The last one about monitoring wells, I guess I would ask that this board defer that to the planning board maybe. Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. There is a question as to how that would happen. There's required testing of those and how that would happen, who'd be responsible for that. I'm not prepared to address how that would happen right now, and I'm not sure how that could be enforced without, some further discussion through the planning board process and the conditional use permit application. So, again, the town of Pembroke would be noticed as part of that planning board application, and I think that would be something that we'd want to talk about. I'm really honestly not sure if that's something that the city has done on these other recent developments with, the Grapponi Mazda just was built in the past year. I'm not aware that was anything that was contemplated or discussed as part of that project. I believe they have 16 service bays in that building, and it's a 23,000 square foot building, so it's very, very similar to what we just did here. So I would prefer that not to be a condition of approval from the zoning board, but certainly the other three make sense.
And what's the CUP for that you're going to need?
So the CUP is required in the Aquifer Overlay District if you have over 2,500 square feet of impervious surface proposed, and we're way over that, so.
Okay, did you want to touch on the criteria?
Sure. So I think that, for the most part, I think to hit all the criteria, I think this is it's a reasonable use of the property as demonstrated by what's out there and existing and what the city has permitted. We're certainly not asking for anything more than what the city has permitted on these adjacent properties in the recent past. The variance would not be contrary to public interest for that reason. It's a appropriate and reasonable use of the property. Spirit of the ordinance is being observed in this case because regarding the setbacks and the screening, based on our surrounding uses, it's appropriate to not have additional screening and fences between dealerships and similar uses. Substantial justice would be done. These folks have purchased the property and need to expand their business to meet growing demand and requirements of corporate Subaru. The values of the surrounding properties should not be diminished by developing a vacant piece of property. And regarding the hardship, I would say that in this case, I'd stress again the reasonable use of the property, the fact that it is unique and that it lies within this area where it's just trying to be developed in the way that every other property has been developed there. I think the biggest aspect here is protecting the aquifer, which we can do just like every other development has done out there with proper stormwater management techniques and with the proper permitting.
Questions from the board?
I appreciate that you believe the fence and the vegetative buffer are duplicative requirements, but they're both independent requirements, performance standards, right?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think that there was some confusion in the application in that the requirement for the buffer and the landscape buffer is where we're adjacent to residential properties or office uses. And the only place where we have that is on Integra Drive to the east of us.
Right.
And our intention there would be to provide that 10-foot landscape buffer and even the fence along that property
You
line.
will do the fence along that property line?
We'd be happy to do the fence along
Okay.
that property line, yeah. I think it's the rest of the whole property where we're adjacent to similar uses
Okay,
that we would like the variance for.
thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Andrew, you all set?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard in opposition to it? Any comments from code enforcement?
Nothing additional, no.
With that, we'll close the public testimony portion of the hearing. We have a request for an approval to store automobiles and that are being serviced in an area where that is, at least within a setback where that is technically now allowed, as well as forgiveness from requirements for screening, and a request to comply with the aquifer protection overlay requirements, of which they have asked to be excused from one that was recommended by the town of Pembroke. I'm going to start, Andrew, at your end of the table. How do you see this?
Well, I think this is seems to be like another situation where the exception is basically kind of swallowed the rule. I mean, you've got multiple other car dealerships and services, very similar types of uses right next to them, all within the aquifer, district. So it again, I think the code probably needs some improvement in this regard, but that's beyond our capacity. But I'd be inclined to approve it because it's really not going to be doing any more or less impact than any other use in that area, and it's generally.
You're speaking about item 1?
Yeah, I'm speaking about item 1. I do think we should, well, I'd be inclined to add the condition of what Pembroke laid out, although they're pretty much just referencing other rules and regulations that they'll probably have to comply with anyways. It's not really anything specific other than the well, which they don't really want to have to commit to doing. As far as the other two, I don't have a problem with them because it's really, I think, imposing the fence next to the other dealership is and curtailing where they can put the cars is pretty inconsistent with the character of that neighborhood. Like, I think all the dealers have cars pretty well displayed.
Okay. Laura?
The fence variance, I'm okay with, because they're going to put a fence abutting the property that has the different use. So with that condition, I'm fine with the fence variance. I do think that there's a uniqueness in that it's surrounded by other car dealerships, so the purpose of a fence is not really necessary here. The storage of inventory and cars to be repaired in the 50-foot setback from the roads. I'm sort of with Jim on this one. They don't really need it based on the plan they've proposed to us, because they're proposing to just store vehicles for sale there, but I understand the excess of caution in case one gets put there. And given the surrounding uses, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the Aquifer Protection District one, because normally the special condition would be that the use is already there, but the whole reason they need the variance is because they're expanding that non-conforming use. And by their own testimony, there's really nothing unique about this property. They want it to be treated in what they see as the same manner as the other properties. So I have a hard time with that criteria, but I'm open to being convinced.
Jim?
Sure. I'll go from the bottom up as well. I think the 3 we're fine with, given the representations about where they'll put the fence. 2, like all of us were struggling here, I had thought about changing it to read that it would be the required setbacks to allow display setback of 10 feet, where 50 feet is required, but that is by right, so. So perhaps we can stand on the representations that it won't be used for anything other than display. And on the first one, I'm trying to get to better understand the hardship like you, but with regard to the conditions, I'm fine with the first 3. I think the test wells probably should be more of a state DES issue on the alteration of terrain. They have they're better positioned to monitor wells and decide where they get put and things like that. So I'm happy to defer that to other regulatory bodies. So, and though I guess Nick can help us understand the hardship.
Over to you,
Your
Nick.
sage.
Well, I'm persuaded that the hardship for me is the fact that just about all the other dealers are enjoying what they're asking to enjoy. So I think they'd be denied reasonable use, would be my argument for the hardship. I'm fine with item 2 and 3, particularly the fencing, since they're going to modify that and put some fencing to the east. And I'm okay with items 1, 2, and 3 as requested by the town of Pembroke.
Going on the subject of the prohibited uses, which seems to me to be the trickiest one, the other 2, I agree with my colleagues. I would support a variance for the reasons that they've offered. On the subject of the Aquifer Protection District, I'm inclined to grant it is a fairly somewhat attenuated interpretation of hardship in this case. I agree. However, it is definitely a reasonable use for the property. Other similar uses have been, so far as I know, proceeding without incident for many, many years up there. It seems unreasonable to deny them the use of their contiguous property, which they have already merged and so on. So although the lot may not be unique, we have sometimes taken a rather expansive view of what unique might mean, and in this case I think I would be willing to do that. I do not think this board is competent to waive any of the technical requirements that were raised by the Pembroke memo. So if I were going to support a motion, I would like it to be clear in the motion that we do not, by requiring them to comply with those conditions that Pembroke has set up, we are not excusing them from the condition that they place the well, we are doing this on the assumption that others with a better command of the technical details will address that issue prior to construction. And if that doesn't happen, then I would have a problem with it, because I do not feel comfortable saying, yeah, you don't have to do that, because I don't know enough about it to know that that's the case. So that's how I look at this. Anyone care to make a motion?
Can we do them separately?
You bet.
Make one, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I
You
was
wanna
gonna
do
do
easy
three,
one.
because it's easier, yeah. I'll move to approve, item 3.
Item 3 is the screening requirements to allow a 10-foot wide planted buffer. We did hear testimony that they plan to install a fence adjacent to the non-commercial, or I guess it was a non-dealership use on Integra Drive. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Well, should we qualify the motion to say that we approve the variance as to the lots that have the similar uses?
So it's a motion to approve it with the understanding that they will be putting in a
There'll be a
fence
fence to screen from
Yeah.
the.
from the office use.
How we say that exactly, yeah, but, yeah.
Yep, we should.
Yes, that is the motion.
That is the motion, and that is consistent with the second.
Yes.
Move to second. Any further discussion?
Do you want me to just run through the criteria
Yeah,
really quick?
sure.
Okay. So, it is not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood to not have a fence there, and therefore, the public interest and spirit of the ordinance criteria are met because none of the other properties in that area have the required fencing, even though they all offer servicing. I don't think there's any gain to the public from requiring the fencing along the properties with the similar uses who were not themselves required to put in the fencing, and the loss to the applicant would be that it would be quite expensive. Certainly a lack of fencing is not going to diminish surrounding property values when those properties are all developed pretty similarly. And I do think that the property is unique, given those surrounding properties, and but for this one area really doesn't need a fence, and that would be reasonable.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. Item 3 is granted. Let's go to item 2, which is the required setbacks.
I will make a motion to approve item 2 to allow storage of vehicles that are being serviced within 50 feet of the roads, on the condition that the representation to us has been made that this is going to be new car for sale storage, and that the parking of a vehicle to be serviced will be, if not a rarity, not a common occurrence.
The variance is for 10 feet, where 50 feet is required.
What did I say?
50.
Oh, 10 feet where, yes, to grant it, 10 feet where 50 feet is required. I think the property is unique in that it has 2 road frontages, and so that really cuts into the amount of space where they can park things. It is consistent with the other properties in the area, which, as we've discussed, all seem to be using parking right up against those property lines, although they're not all up against a street. It's not going to diminish surrounding property values because of the nature of the surrounding properties. And there is no gain to the public from enforcing that criteria on this lot.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second, I believe?
No.
No?
I'll
Just-
second.
So, okay. We now have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. Item 2 is granted. That brings us to item 1, the prohibited uses within the Aquifer Protection District to allow the expansion of the existing use into the overlay. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I'd move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Andrew, would you like to run down the criteria, please?
I think that echoing, I think what Nick was saying, the hardship, in my mind, is there's really no other, at this point, given the history of both this lot and the entire neighborhood, so to speak, there's no other real functional use for this, but for the one that they want, and I think it's reasonable use for them to be able to expand their property As far as the rest of the criteria, I don't think it's going to, I think it is clearly in character with the neighborhood. I don't think it's going to impact the property values. Probably unlikely to change the neighboring property values one way or the other. We haven't heard any evidence about that. And as far as substantial justice, I think that for the same reasons, it's substantial justice to allow it.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
The vote is 4-1. The variance is granted. And we move on to the next case. The record will show that Ms. Spector Morgan was the dissenting vote. That brings us to case 0057. Is this number correctly recorded? It says 2032. Should that, is that
That's,
2023?
yeah.
Okay. 0057, 2023, 177 North Main Street, CU, Urban Commercial District, Jonathan Chorlian for Concord Coalition to End Homelessness, who are the owners. 177 Rear North Main Street is also included in this application. Merger of these lots will be required to comply with the site's plans. The applicant wished to convert an existing church structure to a 34-unit multifamily development. The applicant seeks the following variances. Article 2845D2, maximum lot coverage and density to permit 34 and a .74 buildable acre parcel where 8 units are permitted, 12 units per buildable acre. Article 2845D5, perimeter buffer required to permit parking, patios, and buildings within the perimeter buffer required for the multifamily development. Article 2845D4, private yards required to permit residential units with direct outdoor access to have private yard areas of 100 square feet, where 300 square foot private yard areas are required. Article 2841H, Table of Dimensional Regulations, to permit private patios to be no less than 5 feet from a front property line where 15 feet is required. Article 2872, off-street parking requirements to permit 50 parking spaces for a 34-unit multifamily development where 68 parking spaces are required. Article 28713B, location of loading spaces to permit a loading area requiring backing into or from a street. Article 28713C, setbacks for loading spaces to permit a loading area being within 0 feet of a residential district boundary where a 25-foot setback is required. And 28713F, screening of loading areas to permit a loading area having no fencing or landscape buffer where fencing and landscape buffer is required. And finally, Article 28714, off-street loading area for refuse containers to permit refuse containers to be located within 18 feet of a residential district boundary where a 25-foot setback is required. Gentlemen, you swear to tell the truth and nothing but. Would you identify yourselves for the record as you testify, please?
I'm Jonathan Chorlian. I'm here with Ben Kelly, to my far left, who's my business partner on this project, and our lawyer, John Arnold from Oremina. We are here in connection with our proposed redevelopment of the First Church campus and reuse of the existing buildings thereon into a 34-unit, I hate the term, but market rate multifamily project. Some of you will recall there were a bunch of us were here 2 months ago. There was a similar case that was on the agenda then in May. And had we gone forward with that case, you would have seen a somewhat different site plan. That site plan had been developed after a series of meetings with neighbors, including 3 lengthy meetings with the Islamic Center. Our understanding going into that hearing was that we had the support of all our neighbors. We began to get an inkling on the afternoon of that might not be the case, and it really wasn't until we got here that we realized how strong that concern was. So we decided to We had many conversations in the hallway while the other cases were proceeding, and we basically made the decision to continue that hearing, go back to the drawing board, try to revise our plan to address the concerns that we heard. The plan that's before you tonight is sufficiently different that Tracy decided that it really couldn't be the same case, so that case is actually withdrawn, and this is a new case. But it's the same project in a different iteration. The project's being developed by Ben and I. We both have strong Concord connections. I live in Concord, Ben lived in Concord, lives in Deerfield. We're both real estate developers because there's no better term. Virtually everything I've done is in Concord, and I care a lot about what happens in Concord. Ben's developed a lot of properties in Concord, but has a lot more statewide experience than I do, and has a lot of experience in the multifamily area. He's been involved in the development of more than 200 units, owns 100 units, including 40 in Concord right now, so I'm going to defer heavily to Ben on some of the more technical points there. So here's a couple of projects that Ben did in literally a stone's throw from this property, including on the top, the Concord OBGYN building, and some facade improvements on some small commercial buildings along North Main Street. I just picked these out because they're in close proximity. Ben's done some much grander things. And there's some projects that I've done, including, this would be the third church project, Sacred Heart Church. And the lower left is St. Peter's Church campus, which is a pocket neighborhood. And both those church projects, you know, there were a number of variances required that were granted by this board, and that allowed for the preservation of some pretty significant structures like the Sacred Heart Church and then the Governor's Mansion and Carriage House that are on the National Register on the St. Peter's campus. So here we are, this project. First Congregational Church, which dates literally this is the 5th meeting house of the First Congregational Church of Concord, which was the first church in Concord, 1730, and it existed until, it now meets actually at Wesley Methodist Church, but had its own building until 3 years ago. This building was, parts of it were built as early as 1874. Let's see if I can, this works. The bell tower in this middle portion, the chapel, there was a catastrophic fire in the 30s, and the church was completely reconstructed in a different form. So the church portion is 1936, and then this Sunday school wing, as we call it, was built in 1967. The building's 265 feet long, sits on a combined campus of 1.2 acres, and has 23,000 square feet of existing space right now. That's what a church built in 1936 that's trying to look like a 1536 church looks like. We're going to try to preserve as much of the detail as we can within the practicalities of the project. It's an interesting site. I mean, it's kind of schizophrenic. It has one of the largest lawns and expansive green space you'll find downtown. It has one of the most hideous unscreened surfaces of asphalt along Washington Street. We can improve that. There's the overall site, 1.2 acres, predominantly on the corner of Washington and Main Streets with a small parcel here across Washington Street. In fact, and this is why you have 2 applications, it's actually 4 different parcels in 2 different zoning districts. The church building itself literally spans 2, is in the CU district, spans 2 parcels. Those are proposed to be merged as part of this project. So from a ZBA perspective, we're proceeding on that assumption. And then 2 parking lot parcels, sort of this main parking lot parcel behind the church, and this one on Rollins Street. These rights of way exist and benefit neighboring properties, which means they have to be incorporated into our site plan. The 2 on the blue area are benefit the Islamic Society. And they predate the Islamic Society's existence. They really go back to the capital offset printing days. The driveway from Main Street was, at one point and until recently, the only way to get to that building. Now the Islamic Center accesses their property primarily from Pearl Street. And then this right-of-way is to the rear of the building, which really was the loading dock tractor trailer access for the printing company. It's it still exists, it is, suffice it to say, very seldom used. And then this other little right-of-way here is over this western portion of the main parking parcel, and that benefits this home, 20 and a half Washington Street, which is a single-family property. We take our 23,000 square foot building, 3,000 square feet of which has a 45-foot ceiling, the sanctuary. We infill that space, so we get to 26,000 square feet. And I'll let Ben speak more to sort of the unit composition, but
Yeah.
we wind up with 34 units, as you'll see.
So the structure, it's really three different structures. It's the Sunday school wing, the middle section, and then the original sanctuary space. So, like John said, it's 26,000 square feet. Backing into those structures, it lent itself to a nice healthy mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms. We're mindful of kind of market demand and meeting the market where it's at. So, we didn't want to overdevelop with too large of units, didn't want to go to the micro end and do too small of units. So we incorporated a lot of common area lounges, outdoor spaces, things like that to enhance the livability, kind of bring a social component to some of the maybe smaller units. But when you look at 26,000 square feet, 34 units, you're coming up with roughly 765 square feet per unit, including the circulation. But it really came back to where the market's at, where this structure is at in terms of how it was built, and then how does it operate. And we just kept coming back to this composition. Again, 24 one-bedrooms, 10 two-bedrooms, and we feel, given the parking and the unit count and layouts, that it really supports itself well with the different parking lots on the west and to the east. And here John will kind of walk through a couple of sample layouts of 2 and a 1-bedroom.
Just pardon my doodles, but simply trying to illustrate that these are reasonably sized units. They fit a bed and a dresser and a couch, and these are not micro units by any stretch. And for better or for worse, this is what sort of market rate upscale units look like in 2023. The solid surfaces, the tile showers, the recessed lighting, all that sort of stuff. My point is simply these are, again, I hate the term, they're market rate units. There's our site plan. First of all, I'd just like to point out a couple of things that aren't on this site plan, but which you would have seen on earlier iterations, including some on the one from a couple months ago. You would have seen a series of patios in this area between the buildings. The property line literally is the edge of the Islamic Center's building. The first meeting we walked, we had a series of patios scattered through here. The first meeting we walked into, we met in the prayer rooms right here, and we looked out and it became, we unilaterally offered, we said, it makes no sense to put these patios directly outside. And we committed to that right out of the gate. We continued to have some patios around this portion of the building, even though this is not where the prayer rooms front. But at the last meeting, we heard concern about those patios continuing in that area. They're all gone. You would have also seen a row of parking along this Washington Street, this driveway coming up from Main Street. There currently are about 6 or 8 parking spaces. This whole area is an asphalt area. We are retaining, we were adding a row of parking spaces going down this side. We heard concern that would add vehicles and pressure, and there was concern about that. Also, as this is a grandfathered, if you will, 2-way driveway. Essentially, if we add spaces to this area, this was going to need to become a 1-way driveway rather than a 2-way driveway, which would require passing through the Islamic Center property, something that we believe we have the right to do under some ancient deeds. That was a concern to members of the Islamic Center, that vehicles from this property would be, for the first time, passing through their property. As part of the redesign, then, we have reduced the total parking in this area from the 6 or 8 that are there. And the only reason I say 6 or 8 is it's not striped, it's just this awful hunk of asphalt. The Islamic Center will park, 8 or 10 cars there, but we are reducing it to 4, from 6 or 8 or something like that. Organizing it better, peeling all the asphalt back, and because we are not increasing the amount of parking, that driveway now can continue as a grandfathered 2-way driveway, and we do not need to cross that property. So the site plan generally, start with parking. I mean, the existing, this main parking parcel, it's the workhorse. We take it from like 98 or 99% lot coverage to much lower, but it continues to have 38 parking spaces. Because of its dimensions, the parking lot that's there was not fully conforming. There's no way you're gonna fit in a double-loaded parking lot and have it fully conforming. What we have done on a number of projects, including several that this board has granted us approval for, is to move to a parking lot construction where that 62 feet of width doesn't exist, is to, where possible, maintain the 24-foot drive aisle, but allow the spaces to be reduced to what I would call hybrid spaces, sort of halfway between a standard 9x19 and a compact 8x15. I've used this 8.5 by 17 space on a number of parking lots. This board has granted relief for that, and they work elegantly. I think the 24-foot aisle is important, but the slightly smaller spaces work fine, I'd say, for a couple reasons. One, the overall vehicles tend to be smaller. Secondly, by definition, the people who are parking here are parking next to their neighbors. And accordingly, I think there's a courtesy that people park in the lines, don't bang each other's cars. I can think of 2 large lots that we own where I've never had a complaint about that. We do add a few little patios, private patios here. There's some large common patios and decks that we maintain, all on the Washington Street and the Main Street side. And we preserve, I think, this nice large lawn, and importantly, as you'll see better in some future slides, we improve the amount of green space. I mean, this is a balancing act. We are trying to reduce impervious, trying to have enough parking for our use, not just because the ordinance wants it and you want it and we want it because we want to provide the amenity and secure tenants and keep them, while reducing impervious as much as possible, particularly in select areas, to soften the site, make it a better neighbor, good for ourselves and good for the neighborhood. That's one of the slides I'm probably most proud of. In the context of that, green is asphalt or concrete that turns to green space. The entire area between sort of our building and this corner of the Islamic Center. One of the things I'm most proud of is this house. I showed you this right-of-way that exists here. You'll notice it's not there. We've negotiated with Mrs. Haslin to relocate the access to her property through our parking lot, which costs us 2 parking spaces. But it allows this area to turn to green space. Benefits our property, gives her a yard for the first time. She looks out at asphalt. These are extremely important, these little dots of asphalt removal, as you'll see from the landscape plan, because they allow us to create this really beautiful tree line that I think that you'll hear the Washington Street neighbors really enjoy. We add, as I said, we pull the parking away from here, so we take 2 of the spaces that were here and put them over here. That's new impervious. These are our little patios. These are, this is trash. There you have it. And there's our landscape plan. I highlighted the trees in green. Those are trees that literally are shown in locations where there is now asphalt or concrete. That's what the impervious reduction is allowing us. And then when you look at, that's what it lets us do. I think that's a pretty handsome, balanced site that preserves the strengths of the building, this beautiful historic structure, this remarkably large lawn, but it improves everything back in this area, particularly here, but carries this nice tree line through here. We'll tag John with the burden of marching through the variance criteria, but since we designed the project, I did want to just, from a developer standpoint, explain why some of the physical features you're seeing. The perimeter buffer requirement, that's sort of one that was very similar to the St. Peter's Church. This is a 1.2 acre site, but when you draw a 50-foot perimeter buffer around it, you're left with nothing, despite the fact that it's one of the larger sites in all of downtown. The number of units, it's just a massive building. I mean, in the zoning ordinance, number of units is based on the size of the lot. If this were a green space, I get it, but there is a 265-foot, 23,000 square foot albatross of a building sitting there that we are trying to repurpose in a viable manner. That translates to this number of units. Parking quantity. 34 units. Under our current ordinance, 2 per unit, 68. The new ordinance, we may have someday, would be 1.25, which would be 43. We're creating 50 parking spaces. I will tell you honestly, I think we have 10 spaces too many. I really do. And let me tell you why. I think, and Ben can talk about this, bedrooms really are probably the best proxy for the number of parking spaces. I mean, a 1-bedroom is not the same as a 3-bedroom in terms of number of people that are likely to live there and the parking demand. I'm not saying you can't have a 1-bedroom where 2 people have cars, or a 2-bedroom, but that is a pretty good proxy. So if you count bedrooms, you come up with 44 bedrooms, 10 2-bedrooms, 24 1-bedrooms or studios. That's 44. We have 50. Why do I think we're going to need even less than that? Number one, well, some of the spaces are assigned, and I should just jump back to that tandem space point. Well, some of the spaces are assigned. Most are on a permit basis, and any owner of commercial parking will tell you, ourselves included, that you can always issue more permits than spaces. That's like, as the city of Concord that has done censuses downtown where every space is leased and the thing's half full at most. The same thing's going to happen here. It's also in downtown Concord or close to downtown Concord. Because of its proximity, some people are going to leave their cars at work. Some people are going to choose to have fewer cars than they might have if they lived in a more remote area. I think if we don't get a new ordinance, it's likely we're going to be back in 2 years asking you to let us eliminate 10 parking spaces. We have no interest in having asphalt that will not be used. I talked about the hybrid spaces. Those are 2 examples where it works beautifully. The Sacred Heart Church parking lot, and this is the part of our Granite Center development, the Dixon parking lot that has even smaller hybrid spaces than here, and it works just fine. And lastly, tandem parking spaces. There are 8 on the plan here. Tandems are not my first choice, and if we walked in with 30, you should deny it. Because there are 8 and the uniqueness of the project with 10 2-bedroom units, we will essentially offer these, presumptively assign these to the 2-bedroom units. The 1-bedroom units get 1 space or permit, the 2-bedroom units get 2. So we will assign those to those 8. And just like in Back Bay, you and your spouse have to shuffle cars. So the point being that the cars, if a car is blocked, it would be blocked by someone within the same unit. And that's all I have.
I'm going to try and be as efficient as I can, trying to talk about the variance criteria and all these variances, and the written application went through them in detail, so I'm going to try to talk about the density variance first, because I think that one's kind of different than the other dimensional variances, and I'll spend a little bit more time on that, and then I'm going to try and lump together a lot of the other dimensional variances and talk about them together. But if you have any specific questions or concerns about any of the variances or criteria, feel free to let me know and I'll address them more specifically if I haven't covered what you're interested in. So on the density variance, we're asking for 34 units where 8 are allowed. And I just want to try and put those numbers in a little bit of context before getting into the criteria, because I think when you look at those numbers in isolation, they're a little bit misleading. The 8 allowed is calculated based on the land area that the church building is sitting on. And you heard Jonathan say that there's 4 separate lots involved here. 2 of them are going to be merged. And it's those 2 merged lots where the building sits is the land area for that calculation. The 2 parking lots are separate lots of record. And so that land area for those parking lots doesn't factor into the calculation. The overall development has a little bit more land area than you use when you calculate to get to 8. And so it doesn't change the number significantly, but if that land area were included in the calculation, it would bump it up to about 14 units, which is really just a little bit less than half of what we're asking for. On the 34 units that's being proposed, I think that number is a little misleading if you don't look at it in the context of the purpose of the zoning requirement. And the density requirements are really about managing population density and reducing the impacts of overcrowded spaces. And the unit of measurement for that is dwelling units. And a studio unit or a single bedroom unit counts as one dwelling unit. A 3-bedroom apartment counts as one dwelling unit. But the population density and the impacts are much different between those different types of dwelling units. And so you heard Jonathan say that most of the units in this development are going to be studios or single family. Total bedroom count is 44 bedrooms. And so there's a natural kind of limit on the total population for the building and the impacts that flow from that based on the design of the units and the fact that most of them are single family and studio units.
One bedroom.
Single bedroom.
Sorry.
3 studios, 21 one-bedrooms.
So just with that bit of context on the density, in terms of the variance criteria, the public interest in the spirit of the ordinance, having 34 units won't threaten the public safety, health, or welfare. So most of these units are the smaller units, and the bedroom count, total bedroom count is going to be 44. And remember that we're dealing with a fixed size of the building to start with. We're not starting with ground-up construction. So the number of units is a direct function of that original building size. And the more you push down the number of units, the larger the units have to become. And you wind up with more units that are going to be 2-bedroom units or 3-bedroom units instead of studios or 1-bedrooms. The overall bedroom count may not change in that situation. You could end up with 22 units that are 2-bedroom units, or you could wind up with 14 3-bedroom units, and the total unit count is still about 44 bedrooms with similar impacts. The fact that our total bedroom count here is split up mostly among single units doesn't pose any threat or doesn't increase the threat of any harm to the public safety, health, or welfare, as opposed to having fewer but larger units. The other thing to note on the public interest is that the use is going to replace a church that closed about 3 years ago, a longstanding but struggling church. For the past 3 years, the property was operated as a cold weather shelter for homeless. Bringing this new development to the area is going to help revitalize the area. It's going to add vibrancy, and absent this project, it's likely that the building would sit and either be severely underutilized or vacant, which I think poses some of its own safety and welfare concerns. For substantial justice under the balancing test, there isn't any harm to the general public that outweighs the benefit to the applicant. We believe the project actually provides a significant public benefit. First, it preserves a beautiful historic church. And second, it provides much-needed housing at a time where it seems like all you hear about is a housing shortage and a need for more housing. Obviously, the benefit to the applicant is substantial because without the density waiver, the project isn't viable to move forward. The church is simply too big to convert to the 8 housing units that would be allowed under the zoning. They'd all be massive units with astronomical rent, and it wouldn't be marketable. On the property values, the church that was there struggled for years before closing. The homeless shelter operated there for a few years, but it's not really a viable long-term use. The apartments, as I mentioned, will revitalize the area and be more consistent with the surrounding residential uses. I have a letter I'd like to pass out from a local realtor.
I think we saw that.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Different local realtor.
Oh, different local realtor, okay.
Basically, it just opines that there's a true need for apartments like this in Concord, and that the variances that we're asking for won't diminish the surrounding property values. On the hardship criteria, the main issue here that you've heard kind of throughout the presentation is that we're dealing with a 150-year-old, 23,000 square foot church building on a very small and unusually shaped lot. The church is a historic structure that's worthy of preservation, but it can't be repurposed really to many or any other uses, particularly when you factor in the amount of parking that would be needed for another use in a building of that size. Converting the building to only the 8 allowed units would result in roughly 3,000 square foot units, which would be too big to market as apartments. And the cost to convert the building is going to be substantial, and that's whether you have 8 units here or whether you have 34 units here. And if you're able to divide that cost among 34 units, you're able to bring down the rental rates and make them marketable and affordable for residents. So I think that's all I have on the density variance. I'll jump down and lump a few more together unless you'd like to pause there and have me address anything specifically on the density.
No, but I do want to make sure I understand what we're doing here, because we have 2 cases. Are you addressing 0058-2023 as well as 0057?
Yes, and apologies, we should have said that at the outset. The whole presentation is kind of talking about the whole project without separating the two cases.
For the benefit of anyone who's listening in, I'll just read that variance because I did not.
Thank you.
This is 1420 Washington Street, RD, Downtown Residential District. Jonathan Churlian for Concord Coalition to End Homelessness as owner. The applicant wishes to continue the primary parking use of the parcel to support the development of 177 North Main Street. The applicant seeks the following variances. Article 2878B, separation of driveways in residential districts to permit a 15-foot separation between driveways where a 30-foot separation is required. Article 2877, parking area design standards to permit 8 tandem parking spaces where tandem spaces are not permitted. Article 2877A, standard parking spaces to permit parking spaces to measure 8.5 by 17 feet where standard parking spaces are 9 by 19. And Article 2876, compact automobile spaces permitted to allow compact spaces 7 by 15 in a residential development. Mr. Churlian in his presentation, excuse me, earlier did cover on several of these items.
Can I just add, the first one that you read, Article 2878B, is actually a CUP, not a variance. I discussed that with the applicant's counsel before the meeting, and it seems like that needs to go to a CUP, not a variance.
All right, in that case, we will, and you did mention that to me, and I completely
That's okay.
blew by it.
That's why I'm here.
Thank you. So, item number 1 in 0058-2023 will not be addressed by this board this evening.
So we'll just blow through it all. That'll streamline things for us, get rid of that one. So thank you for that. Is there anything further you'd like me to address on the density before I start moving to the others?
Anything on the board?
Just a quick question on that, just a so what I didn't follow is, you said that if you included all of the lots, you could get 14, but you're merging them, so why can't you use the 14 figure?
We're merging the 2 lots that the church building spans. The adjacent parking lot is not being merged in. It's in a separate zoning district and opens kind of a can of worms with merging it for existing conditions on that lot. And then the 4th lot is actually across the street. It can't be merged. There's, I think, 8 parking spaces over there.
Oh, but your 8 does include the 2 that are being merged?
Correct.
Okay.
Just based on those 2 being merged.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Arnold, carry on.
Okay, so I'm going to lump 3 variances together at this point just for discussion. The perimeter buffer variance, which is number 2, the private yard variance, which is number 3, and the patio variance, which is number 4 in the list that was read. The perimeter buffer request is to allow the existing building and parking to remain within the 50-foot buffer. The private yard variance is to allow 100 square foot private yards rather than 300 square feet. And the patio variance is to allow the patios along the street to be within the 15-foot setback. And the common theme going towards hardship for each of these variances, that we're dealing with an existing building that occupies nearly the entire lot. So I think slide 18 probably shows these the best. You saw this a minute ago, but the red dashed line basically shows what the buildable area would be if the 50-foot perimeter buffer were strictly enforced. And you can see that basically all the parking and all the buildings on the site would have to be completely demolished. And then you'd be left just with that little, semi-rectangular area to rebuild something which really isn't suitable for much, if any, development there. We can't create 300 square foot private yards because there's really not enough room around the perimeter of the building. Which is the pointer, that button?
The pointer is that, yeah.
So, as Jonathan pointed out, this is the property line right here. It jogs and it follows the Islamic Society
Better
building.
slide, John. Bear with me. Yeah. Those are the patios that, for which, there's the setback line. So it's this little hunk of that deck, and these little corners of those patios that are within the setback. And it's really just because there's no other place to put them. And we're asking for the 300-foot variance from the 300-foot private yards, because frankly, I don't want these private yards too big. I'm trying to balance creating some private yard, but also leaving this opportunity for this streetscape. And I don't want those private yards to prohibit our ability to carry that tree line.
Yeah, so the swath around the building is this green space. It's quite small in the back. It's quite small around the street. And so trying to fit in 300 square foot private yards and patios that comply with the setbacks is basically impossible. We don't think that any of these three variances will cause any harm or negative impacts, so they're not contrary to the public interest or the spirit of the ordinance. They won't negatively impact property values or cause substantial injustice.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, John, but we are not putting any patios back between the buildings. I mean, that was one of the plan revisions that.
So next I'm going to lump together all of the loading variances for discussion. Backing into the street is number 6. No setback to the residential district is number 7. No fencing or buffer is number 8. And the refuse containers 18 feet from the residential district or 25 feet is required is number 9 on the list.
And is that what you're loading, is just the trash cans?
No, basically, what you're looking at is, this is a right-of-way, this
Yep.
driveway. That already exists. It's our property, but it is for providing access rights to the Islamic Center.
Yep.
We're simply asking to let it serve the dual use of being a loading space also for our property. We need the variances because it would require backing and lack of screening.
Right, but my question is, what are you loading?
Essentially
Theoretically would be
trash.
Okay,
Folks
Uh,
moving in.
all right,
for the trash, but also move-ins and move-outs. So,
thank you.
so we wouldn't.
You're backing into Washington Street?
Well, it's a you're gonna have to back one way or the other. I mean,
Most likely pull down Washington Street and then you probably back out. Alternatively, you do have the 24-foot wide, to the west of that drive aisle to navigate as well, but
essentially, it will remain whether it's our loading space or not. We just felt that it
And it is a one-way street there, correct?
is a one-way street. I mean, literally capital offset back tractor trailers, 18-wheelers there. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of fun, but it will be infrequent.
So as you heard, this driveway essentially already exists. It's an easement that goes back to the Islamic Center property. Can't be relocated for that reason. It's already used essentially in the same manner that we'd be using it here. Very infrequent use, but really no other way to configure this from a hardship perspective to allow traffic to not back into the street. You've got the church building on this side of it, you've got the Islamic Society building on this side of it, and you've got the parking lot on this side of it. So even if you wanted to try and connect it to the parking lot and loop out back this way, it's too tight to make that corner, and you end up losing parking spaces on a site there where we're already asking for relief. With respect to the setbacks and the buffers and the screening for the loading space and the refuse containers, so this is where the refuse containers are right here. And as we said, this is the loading area. The property line between the church property and the parking lot is right along the edge of this loading space. So the adjacent property, which is our parking lot, happens to be in the residential district, and that's giving rise to a number of these requirements. But from a practical standpoint, it's our own property and it's our own parking lot. And so the purposes of providing screening and buffering aren't really applicable in the same way as they would be if there were a residential house directly next door. And I would say that on the far end of the property, where I think the screening and buffering does matter, Jonathan mentioned that this whole area here is becoming green space and landscaping. And so the actual separation between the refuse containers and loading space and the adjacent residential uses is actually quite significant, and the green space is really just being provided on the opposite side of our parking.
Can I ask, can you point that out on this map? On the screen?
Sure. Which one? This one? Is that what you're looking at?
Yep.
Okay, so the refuse containers are going to be right at the edge of the existing building right here.
Okay.
This is the existing driveway. It's all kind of open pavement, but this is the existing right-of-way and driveway that comes back and serves the loading area for the Islamic Center back here.
Okay, so it's just to get to their loading center, not their like parking?
Right, and main access to the
Okay.
parking for them is over here.
Okay.
It really was essentially a loading dock
Yeah.
access. I mean, I've been at the First Church, 100 times in the last 2 years, and
I just
I'm
couldn't
not sure I've
picture
ever
it
seen a
looking at
vehicle.
only one part of the building and not both buildings.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate
Sure.
that.
So I'll just pop back to that slide for 1 second. I just also wanted to point out that the refuse containers are going right up against the edge of the building, so they can't be pushed back any further than they are right now.
So that loading door right there is on the Islamic Center?
This?
The one you're
Picture?
looking at
Yeah.
in the picture?
That,
above?
Yes,
correct.
it was an overhead door, now it's just a passage door. It is.
And then as the last group, I'm gonna lump together kind of the parking lot variances. And that's the 50 spaces instead of 68, which is number 5. The driveway separation variance has gone away, so I'm not gonna address that. But then there's the tandem parking spaces, which is number 11, and the reduced parking space size, the hybrid space is number 12. And the common theme here is that we're dealing with an existing parking lot with limited space, and the improvements that we're making to the parking lot are gonna make it much safer, much more accessible, with much more green space. So overall, the parking lot is gonna be dramatically better than it has been for a long time. The 68 parking spaces, you heard Jonathan speak to that. It's more than we need here. The calculation is 2 per unit, but again, with most of the units being 1 bedroom or a studio, a lot of these units are only gonna have a need for 1 parking space. As you've heard, the applicant's done a number of similar projects in Concord and has experience with how much parking is demanded for projects like this. And under the draft zoning amendments, 43 spaces would be required. So all indications are that the 50 spaces being provided are going to be more than enough. The tandem parking spaces, which is where they're doubled up right here, they're just a practical way, as you heard, to provide some additional parking spaces for the predominantly 2-bedroom units and allow those residents to shuffle their cars to get access. And the hybrid parking space variance is for the spaces to be 8.5 wide by between 15 and 17 feet long. And the reduced length of the parking spaces is really dictated by the width of the lot, which you can see right here. Maintaining the 24-foot aisle width, which is important, only leaves room for parking spaces that range between 15 and 17 feet, 15 feet being kind of at the corner of the building here where it's the narrowest pinch point, and then 17 feet elsewhere. And that's really not a dramatic difference from the 19 feet that's required under the code and is larger than a compact space.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but other than these 3 spaces here, they're all 17 feet long. It's just that this little pinch point, that's like a 16 and a half, a 16, and a 15 and a half. But we maintain the 8.5-foot width.
Yeah, so I guess just to wrap up, we certainly recognize there are a number of variance requests here. We truly believe that this is the best and most viable option for this property moving forward. It's it's apparent that the existing church building is kind of the main constraint here, and that building can't really be repurposed for other uses in a successful way, yet it's been shown in Concord by these developers that historic church buildings can be preserved, they can be converted to apartments, and those can be successful and meaningful developments for the city. It's really the sheer size of the building that's driving the unit count here, but the intensity of the use will be modest given that the units are primarily smaller studio and one-bedroom apartments. The other dimensional variances are being driven really by this existing building and the small, oddly configured lot, and a lot of them would be required to repurpose this building really for anything. We think it would be a real shame to see this kind of landmark and historic building either sit vacant, be underutilized, torn down. Think this is really a great opportunity for the city to preserve it and also to provide housing stock for much needed demand.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, can you, I'm trying to better understand, who's the applicant, who owns the building, how will that transact?
Yes, the building is owned by the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness. It was originally under agreement to me personally, which I have since assigned to. It's actually, right now, First Church Holdings LLC, an LLC owned by Ben and I. That will be the owner-developer. That's who will take title. It's under agreement. It's, an anticipated late August closing,
That entity would be, that's a taxable entity?
That is a taxable entity, yes. So it will,
Good question.
unfortunately, yes.
It's a good question. I should have picked up on this by now, but is there any access, or will there be under the new design, to your property from Pearl or Maine, or only from Washington?
The only access to the property from Pearl's, sorry. So,
There's the four
yes,
spaces
from
on
here. I
Main.
mean, there are really 4 entrance points to the building off this main parking lot. This
Could you use
where-
the other mark? I can't see it.
No.
They could use his.
Oh, the green one? Sure. So, that's much better. This is the, sort of the primary park, everyone who parks here will come in here. There's a corridor that winds its way through the building. There's 8 parking spaces here, so some people will enter here. This is one of the main pedestrian doors. I think if people are walking downtown, they'll probably go this way. There is an entrance that theoretically exists, but we're kind of discouraging as an entrance from Main Street. And then the only Main Street presence coming in this way is this driveway exists. Even if we wanted to eliminate it, it has to remain. There are 4 parking spaces here, so really the only human or vehicular impact you'll see over here are these 4 spaces. There already are, as I say, 6 or 8 or God knows how many.
So that is a little entrance right there?
Yes.
Into the building?
No,
No,
the other way.
where the 4 cars are?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, this is an entrance, there is to the garden level, but it would really just be those 4 cars.
So, so you can't cut into the main parking lot from around the other side?
Correct.
And that's the Islamic Center?
Nope. And Pearl Street is one way. I mean, it's just a bear.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it would take you 12 minutes to go around the block.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I just had a quick question. On the Washington Street side, I know there's currently a sidewalk on that side, right?
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
On both sides.
And that'll remain?
It will remain, yes.
Okay, because one of the images showed little like bump outs, so I wasn't sure.
No, it will remain. I mean, it's a long story, but it's not 5 feet wide. There's a couple of utility poles, and the city has
Right,
a policy.
yeah.
They don't plow streets if they're 5 feet sidewalks. So, I mean, as a practical matter, we'll be clearing that sidewalk
Gotcha.
because it's important to circulation.
Right, but it'll remain for the tenants, like those walking out that door to get across the street or to get to the back parking lot.
Yes, I think most people walking to this back parking lot will use even if they live up here, you might as well stay inside. It's a direct route, it's covered. I mean, I think that's what'll happen. I think people coming out this door will just be the pedestrians sort of walking to and from town,
across
if they don't
the
walk
street.
out the front door and to this little lot right here. I think people will kind of self-select where they park based on where their units are and their patterns, and
Other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Question for Tracy is now. I had a question for Tracy, is now, Tracy, is that? I was just curious, are there any requirements for visitor spaces?
Not unless you have amenities that are more than 500 feet from the units.
Okay.
What was your question? I didn't hear it.
I was curious if there were any requirements for visitor spaces.
Visitor spaces.
And then the 2 handicap spaces that can be inclusive, it's not like.
It's
above-
not additional, it's included, yeah.
Just curious.
Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Please come forward.
Over here?
Yeah. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
Irene Hanslin,
What would you like us to know, Ms. Hanslin?
my name here. I have the little house that's got a paved front yard in the back of the parking lot. And I just wanted to say that I'm glad that something's going to be going on with the church. We've addressed my parking, and I'm happy with that. But mostly, I'm glad to see the church preserved and having, producing more living units for Concord. Just wanted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there, I thought I saw another hand. Was there someone else who'd like to speak? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
May we have your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Dick Lemieux. I live at 7 Washington Street, which is right across the street from the church on Washington Street. I have lived there for 30 years. I've been to enough of these meetings to know that most people who come to these meetings come to oppose changes in their neighborhood, but I'm here to encourage you to approve these changes because all these changes would be an improvement to our neighborhood. We have lived there since, as I said, for 30 years, when Capital Offset was in the building where the Islamic Center is now, and we have endured years and years of trucks backing over our sidewalk, pulling into our driveway so that they could get into the access. We have lived through periods where the Congregational Church supported a homeless center, and we have seen all sorts of undesirable people on our sidewalks, approaching our driveways, in our driveway, hiding from police behind our cars, and any change that these developers can bring to this building in our neighborhood would be improvements. Got some notes here that I don't want to forget. As far as the traffic on the street, we have, as I said, we've for the time we've been there, we've had our big concern is cut-through traffic. We have traffic coming down from the hospital and the high school that comes right down our one-way, one-lane street every afternoon, and traffic can back up to North State Street and beyond. So we're not worried about the additional 50 people or so that will be living in these 34 apartments. We very much like the addition of the trees as a landscape buffer between our view of the building. We've been asking for that for probably 20 years, and various owners of the property have never seen fit to do that for us. What we look at, what our neighbors look at, is a sea of asphalt, and we'd like to be able to see some greenery there. So those will be all improvements to my mind. I have been a bicyclist for over 50 years. I'm a member of the Concord Bicycle Committee, and I've been a member of the Transportation Policy Advisory Committee for a number of years, and I would be remiss if I didn't suggest that the developer provide some secure bike parking on that site as a way to mitigate the loss of car parking. The property is very close to downtown, and I hope that a number of people who live there will be working downtown. I look forward to accepting them as my neighbors and making up for the cut-through traffic that comes down our street. So that's what I wanted you to know. You have anything to add?
I'm Barbara Lemieux, and I do support this project. I have nothing but positive things to think about for the future of our neighborhood. I think that the projects that these gentlemen have done throughout the city have been excellent. They've cared for us, they're beautiful. It's just been an encouragement to see this come to our neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth.
Yes, I do.
May we have your name, please?
My name is Mark Bovair.
What would you like us to know?
Well, first off, I live at 9 Washington Street. Is the next house that you're pointing to. My front porch is directly in line with that loading dock. It's now part of the Islamic Center. It used to be the loading dock for the printing company. So for the last, I bought my house and I've been living in it for the past 26 years. And for 26 years, what I have looked at was the loading dock and the tractor trailer trucks backing in, wondering if when they come out, if they make a mistake, they won't be able to turn and they'll come into my house. So yes, it's been a difficult time, but I love the neighborhood. The church building is, I don't know, it's the icon, it's the part of the neighborhood. It's been there for over 130 years. We identify with the building. And I hope that it stays, that the building stays without major changes. I look at the buffers, the trees, the green spaces. Those are all tremendous improvements to the asphalt parking lot. But asked for 26 years if they could do something to have shrubbery, some trees, bushes, to help hide that parking area, to no avail. So now I'm at 71 years old, I'm finally seeing something beautiful out of my front porch. I'm finally, now after 3 years, I'm able to sit on my porch and envision what it's going to be like in a year and a half, maybe. When you talked about the number of apartments and the number of people coming in, the busyness of this lot will be a tremendous decrease in the busyness. When the church was going full blast, they were not just Sundays. This was 7 days a week. You had the food pantries 2 or 3 times a week. You had all sorts of different meetings and organizations using it. The printing company started at 5:30 in the morning with tractor-trailer trucks. Tractor-trailer trucks all day until 6:30 in the evening. Having 40 parking spaces is a tremendous decrease in the activity. What kind of activity are we going to have? Car coming in, people walking across the parking lot into their place. It'll give me a chance to say, hey, how you doing this morning? As they leave theirs to go to work. It'll be wonderful. That's what you'll see. You won't be seeing the busyness. Now, will they all be needing parking spaces? 7 years ago, I decided I'm going to give up my vehicle, and I'm going to walk downtown. The past 7 years, 5 days a week, I walk downtown. It takes me 10 minutes, 11 minutes if I take my time. There is not going to be, it entices you to do the walking. So as far as I'm concerned, I see it as nothing but a tremendous improvement for the neighborhood. We maintain our identity. That church is I use when I have people from out of town that want to know where to come to see me. I say, go down Main Street, you see that beautiful church on North Main. That's Washington Street. I have nothing else to say. If you have any
Thank you very
questions.
much.
Thank you.
You sign it on a piece of paper right there.
Is there anyone else who'd like, please, come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Claude Gentium, and for full disclosure, I'm not only an abutter, but I'm also an architect and on the Architectural Design Review Board for the City of Concord. I don't come in the capacity at all because I'm coming in as an abutter. The idea that church attendance has diminished in New England over the past many years, continues to decline, is why we've got a church that's been abandoned. A church that I was a member of decided to close because our membership was declining. And so in this case, we're left with an architectural, a building that has wonderful architecture, has historical significance to the community. Churches, schools, other institutions provide, they provide, they contribute, excuse me, to the fabric of a community. And they add to the interest as one's driving down the street, walking down the street. That this church is no longer in existence at that facility leaves us with a building that in my view, needs to be retained. And what is it going to be retained for? What is the only other logical use I can see is that it's turned into residential uses, which will contribute, as previous speaker said, it will contribute to the neighborhood in that it's adding residential to the neighborhood. One of the things that the town has tried to keep there, as well as the people like me and my wife who live there, we like to keep the residential feel of the neighborhood. So, turning it into apartments like this, like it's being proposed, is only going to help preserve the building and contribute to the feel of the neighborhood. From my own perspective, literally, looking out the back of our home, we do see between a couple of buildings, we're looking right at that asphalt parking lot, which we will greatly enjoy seeing turned into landscaping, a lawn, trees, if this project goes ahead. It will enhance our view, it'll enhance everybody who abuts that area, that property, even from across the street. So we're just speaking, I'm speaking for my wife, she's here if you needed to check with her. We wholeheartedly support this project if it is constructed in the way that they're proposing to do so.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in favor? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
Yes.
May we have your names, please?
I am Karen Jansen. I'm the Executive Director of the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness.
My name is Mark Fagan. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness. We are the current owners of the property who have a contract with John and Ben to sell the property. And we just wanted to spend a few minutes, first of all, to thank the neighbors for their patience with us over the last 3 years. We understand the challenges that our clients have and that they've created in the neighborhood. Just to give you a sense, when we operated the church as a daytime resource center, we had in each year about 650 clients, make about 10,000 individual visits to the to First Church. So there was a lot of traffic in terms of during the day of people coming and going. During the night, when we operated it as a winter shelter for 4 months, there were about 200 people that accessed the winter shelter for about 4,000 bed nights. That's a number we use in terms of each stay is a bed night. So we want to thank the neighbors because this is truly life-saving to our clients. The social distancing that this was allowed by being able to use this facility was really important to really the life of many of these clients that we have. They would not have been able to stay at the winter shelter or have any place to stop in and get the services that we provide. With that said, it is time to move on. The pandemic is over. We realize that we cannot continue to operate there. We are a very small organization, and we cannot continue to operate multiple buildings to provide services to our clients. We've got another building down the street that we now are currently using as our daytime resource center, and have also our winter shelter. We're going to relocate there if we're able to complete this transaction. Just so you're aware, we did approach many different parties about trying to purchase the building, and the proposal or plan that John and Ben have come up with is the least number of units that would have to go into that building based upon discussions we've had with other affordable housing developers. So just want you to be aware of that as well. And I'm not a building developer, but what I've seen from John and Ben and their plans in terms of trying to preserve the historic nature of the building, which other parties would not most likely have done, or to limit the number of units that would be in the building, we support it from that standpoint as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in favor? Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in opposition? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Roy Schweiger from Chapel Street. That's the next street over, and I've lived there over 50 years. And I don't know what these people have been smoking about, fewer and fewer cars. I mean, Chapel Street, I remember when the house across from me had 2 cars, and then it had 3. Now it's got 5, which is all that fits, so the people are forever parking on the sidewalk or, finding other places to park. And the person that's talking about guests, if one of these people, decides to host a Super Bowl party with 3 friends, there may be 3 more cars. Where do they go? And the problem is, this whole area is underserviced with parking. I don't know if you recall a few years ago, when the Islamic Center came in, they were given a variance from parking because they would share the parking of the church, because their main holy day was different. So are we going to remove the certificate of occupancy for the Islamic Center, not they've lost the ability to use the parking at the Congregational Church. And you may also, may or may not know that the parking committee has twice had petitions from Rollins Street, which is the adjoining street, to give parking permits on Washington Street because Rollins Street does not have parking, and their people need a place to park, so they want parking permits on Washington Street. So, you know, realistically, there's a huge shortage of parking in this area already. I, you know, respectfully disagree with these people. I don't think that 50 spaces is half enough. There's a lot of people that may own a car of their own, and then they bring a truck home from work. If you folks, when you leave here, decide to go up State Street, you may see this huge vehicle that's too long for a parking space. It hangs over the back, it's got this giant boom on the top, and it's parked on the street every night because that person doesn't have a space to put it in. So, you know, but if a few of these people that take these apartments wind up getting, you know, vehicles like that from work, where are they gonna put them? You know, Washington Street doesn't have that many spaces, and they're already being, you know, used by the Rollins Street people and the Islamic Center. So, you know, they're just wacky. And something that they haven't said, but you'll see if you look at the plans, is there 8 spaces on Rollins Street are totally non-conforming, but I assume they're gonna say, well, it's just continuing existing use, and that's why we can do it. But they're all back out into the street, no, you know, traffic aisle coming in, too close to the stop sign, you know, pick a problem with them. So the whole area is problematic for parking, and now they're trying to get by with too few parking spaces and make them too small. Well, where are they gonna put the snow? I mean, if you have these spaces that are too narrow already, and now you're plowing the snow up in drifts, well, where's it gonna go? And I just feel like the purpose of the zoning ordinance is to balance the needs of the community with the, you know, profit for the developer. And I think this whole zoning board is, you know, always going on the side of the developer. Of course, if you allow them to violate the zoning regulations, they can make more money. But you're not properly looking at what the city has determined. And let's say I accept that number, that 14 is really the correct number of units for this property, and not 8. Okay, so they build 14. That's still a lot less than what they're asking for. And the other thing that really bugs me is they keep talking about this building that's 120 or 130 years old. No, it's not. Remember, it was rebuilt in 1937. That's a newer building than most of the houses in the area. I mean, mine's substantially older than that. And the addition is what, built in the 60s? And these are historic buildings that, I'm gonna say yes, the church is nice. And it would be nice to preserve that. But I think you should tell them, look, you'll tear down the Sunday school wing, and that'll create you enough space for parking without variances, more buffers. The whole property would be nicer if that Sunday school wing was gone. There'd be fewer apartments, there'd be more parking, more buffers.
We don't really have the power to redesign the site.
Okay, you don't have the power to redesign the site. The reason I'm mentioning this is, they're trying to tell you that they need to have a certain plan to make this viable. And I'm saying, no, there are other ways to make this viable. And unfortunately, for some reason, once again, you never ask them to actually present financial projections that anybody can look at and try and poke holes in. So, you know, you're just taking their word, that's the only way they can do it. I disagree. I think they could tear down that new addition, and that'd give them a lot more space to work on it. Maybe they only put 1 floor. in the
I
church
think
instead
we've
of-
covered that part of the discussion, Mr. Schweiker. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
Yes, I'd like to point out that I'm going to read my own version of the requirements. A variance is contrary to the public interest if it unduly and a marked degree conflicts with an ordinance such as violates the ordinance basic zoning objectives. The basic zoning objectives of this area is 14 units, is the right number of units for there. They're asking for more than double that. So they're asking for something that conflicts with the basic zoning objectives of the ordinance. The spirit of the ordinance, that kind of the same thing. Substantial justice is done where the proposed development is consistent with the area's present use. It is not consistent with the area's present use. We don't have high-density apartments in that area. We've got, you know, ordinary homes, many of which have got, you know, additional apartments. But it is no way consistent with the existing area. The value of the surrounding property is not diminished. Well, the neighbors seem to think it's not. I don't know when they have people parking on the sidewalk all the time, whether they're gonna change their mind on that or not. Little enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance result in unnecessary hardship because special conditions of the property distinguish from other property in the area. Yes, this is a church. It's different from the houses. And once again, they said they tried to market it. I don't know how thoroughly they tried to market it. For instance, I was at a meeting where the Hindu congregation was looking for a church. Maybe reusing this as a genuine church. There are several churches in this area that may be growing and not shrinking and could use it. Have they presented any evidence that they have tried to find a church to buy this thing? It would preserve it in its best form. And once again, have they tried to put in, fewer floors so there's less square footage? Have they tried to tear down the Sunday school?
Mr. Schweiker, we're well past your 5 minutes.
They were well past
Can you,
theirs. They
can
were well
you,
past their time.
can you direct us to anything else specific that you'd like to add before we ask you to step down?
Yes, I'd like to add one more thing, and that is that my understanding is that they got this property for free. They got a federal grant to pay for the property. They used it for a shelter, which long since repaid the federal money because it kept them from having to put these people in hotels during COVID. So in effect, the investment they have in this property is not such as a hardship to sell it cheaply to a church, for instance, or sell it cheaply to a developer who put in fewer units. So I don't see the hardship part of this. And yes, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in opposition? Please come forward.
Yes. No, you can have this chair.
Oh, okay. For some reason, we just like to be there. I don't know why.
Better chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Red, tell the truth.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
My name is Ahmed, H-M-E-D, Jabir, G as in George, A-B-I-R.
Okay, and there is a sign-in sheet there, so the record will correctly show your name.
We'll do that. I live at 11 Pearl Street, and that is on Pearl Street, which is a one-way direction. And I can see the other street, Washington Street, on the other side. I have a little backyard green. I do as a psychiatric social worker for a living. I work for Manchester Mental Health before, Moore Center, Easter Seals, DCYF for about 10 years. And currently I work for the state prison psychiatric unit. And unfortunately, during my 30 years of this field, one of the things that I learned, the environment had a big thing to do with how people behave when they grow up, especially among children. And I'm raising 5 children myself. The youngest of them is 3 years old. Since I moved to 11 Pearl Street, at that time the shelter was still functioning and working. The parking lot across the fence from where I live, my kids being exposed to a lot of marijuana smoking, drinking, chaos, and that kind of stuff. As an immigrant came to the United States, welcome with me. I'm glad to do that. I'm glad to do with others. Don't mind at all, or don't mind at all to have more people moving in, but with that number in that area for a little space, that is really concerning to me. Knowing that I have 5, the neighbor next to me have 3 in the house, and they have like 3 living in the shed in the backyard, and the cross street have more. The area is crowded with children already. Having 34 apartment or unit built in the church, adding all these numbers, we already have a limited space, green space where the kids can enjoy and play. The parking lot I use sometimes for my kids to riding bikes. People come from Pearl Street, from Main Street, and they want to go back, and they couldn't. They drive back into the parking lot, back through that little space to Union Street, and the kids are really disturbed. And having more people coming and living in that area and using this limited space, it's really dangerous for their movement and put us really in a very, very critical situation. Even my landlord thinking about if the parking become real an issue They might even demolish the building I live in so they can expand their parking lot, which make me homeless. Have to find another place, and everybody knows housing situation. It is just, there is no winning here. If they have to build that apartment building there, having a lesser number is better than 34. We are a product of our environment. More crowded place, more behaviors pick up also, and more problems. And what happened, some people will put a lot of money in their pocket because of that kind of project, but you were sending a lot of kids in home, group home, foster home, and they end up in prison like what I see now. So it's the eyes on the environment that created for our future generations, more than how much we can make out of renovating a building or making money out of it. It is a good thing. There is a crisis of having a place to live in. That's something already known by anybody. But let us be smart about how many people we can put in this limited space and how that will affect the children live in that place and how that's going to look like in the future. That's the big responsibility we all share. And look at it in a smart way is better, because I don't want to overwhelm you with my experience, but what I see in prison, it started from the environment where I grew up in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in opposition? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
Mo J. Bilarabi.
Would you please spell that last name?
D-J-A-B Larabi, L-A-R-B-I.
What would you like us to know, Mr. Dolrabi?
Well, I am a Concord resident. I've been living in Concord for over 30 years. And I understand there's a big, huge problem when it comes to housing.
Do you live in the neighborhood?
I live in Pleasant Street. I used to live in Pine Street.
Okay,
For
so
17
you
years.
live on Pleasant Street now?
I used to, yeah, 17
Okay.
years, yeah.
So do you imagine this property directly affecting you in any way?
Well, I attend the mosque.
Okay.
I do. I'm a member of the Islamic Society. So,
Okay.
with that said, I don't oppose to the development of the site. I think it's a great idea. However, they're trying to put 34 units in a very small parcel that's designed for less. So it was not designed for 34, it was designed for less than that. And that's the reality. We can talk about, all kind of things, green and stuff like that. I'm not opposing to that at all. I don't oppose that. I like to see green, I like to see, flowers, I like to see everything else. But the reality is, that parcel is less than an acre. And by rule, you're not supposed to put 34 units. And there is no guarantee that that one bedroom unit would have one driver. I mean, you can't police that, absolutely not. We don't know how many parking they're going to utilize, how many guests they're going to show up. But I hope that Jonathan will consider cutting that number to whatever, makes sense. So that's the only opposition I have. I think it's good that the building be used instead of being vacant. And I think the city will really, like to use the tax return from it too.
Thank you.
So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to be here? I thought I saw a hand. Yes, please come forward, sir.
Thank you.
Swear to tell the truth.
Yes, Ali Sekou. I'm the president of the Islamic Society of Greater Concord, and I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the previous speakers. I think as a resident of Concord and as a community leader, it's important that we look overall the interests of the entire community. One of the opposers talk about school is important, and the Islamic Society of Greater Concord has Islamic school where we teach our children. I'm a father of two young kids, 2 and 1. And we have our children almost every other day. We had a great neighbor, which was the church, and one of the speaker earlier talked about the agreement that the church and the Islamic Society of Greater Concord had, which is more than agreement, because as two worship places, this is what we do. And the agreement was to use both spaces until when. And I think Ben earlier talked about the backup, and you asked a very good question. They forget that where the Islamic Society of Greater Concord back up, that's our right. And he did mention it's a right, but he forgot when we were coming here to get the variance, they asked us to get an exit there. So today, recently the fire marshals came and it's still an exit. So there's no way you can block that area. Because at the end of the day, when you put those two containers you are talking about and then people backing in and out, there's no exit. He asked a very good question, asking Ben if there is any other access to 11 Broad Street. There is not. He's blocked on Washington Street. And I think it's time now to highlight. Everybody talked about the density, 34 units. How can you put 34 units where 8 is allowed? None of us oppose the project. We all live in apartments, and we all know. Recently I had Eid, where I invited people to my place. Eid is when we celebrate the end of Ramadan. I live with Keystone. They called me and said, you are allowed only 2 cars. Guess what? I have to move everything else because that's not okay. And somebody said we cannot police them. It's a struggle even now to park. And where the building is and where the Islamic Society is, they don't have a direct neighbor other than us. We are their direct neighbor. And the one way they have, Washington Street is not for them. It's for the resident. So 34 units, I think it's too much. And we have Islamic school there. So we have a school there as a community center and an Islamic center. They talked about people might park and walk. Hello? We know this is not true. We live in Concord. Who can tell you we have 20 doctors or lawyers that will just go to downtown to work because it's a beautiful day? There's many things here that I think, and somebody said earlier, to be in a great nation where law matters, I think we invite you guys here to take in consideration 34 units. It's where 8 is allowed, more than 4 times of what they are asking. And on the variances, they ask for 14 variances, not only 1 or 2 like previous people asked for. So I'm sorry, we are a direct neighbor, and I'm the first leader of the Islamic Society of Greater Concord. They have no other access, no other access. Even Washington Street is not, it's not theirs. So I don't know where they are going to put people and where they are going to have them drive in and out of their parking lot. And somebody talked about snow when it's time to move. And we are very grateful for every neighbor that came today to share their opinion. Last night we had a party, just somebody on the street, and I shared it with Ben earlier. There is no parking space. 11 Broad Street is one-way street, so you cannot even park there. Washington Street is one way, so they are already blocked there. They cannot go in and out how they please. They can go one way on Washington Street. That's all they have. So I think it's grateful to be in America where law matters, and we expect from you guys to take care of these matters as required by law. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you remember to sign in on the sign-in sheet?
I did.
Is there room on it?
It's under your folder is the other one.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
Brett Allard with Shaughnessy Raish.
Is it okay to sit with him because it's our lawyer?
Sure.
Yes, sure.
I'm the legal counsel for the Islamic Center, and I'll be fairly brief because I know we've been on this case for a while, and there's still a long agenda tonight, so I'll try to be as concise as possible and just hit some of the variance criteria. As you heard, my client is by no means anti-development or trying to throw cold water on a project just for the sake of doing it, and certainly understands the need for housing in the city. That being said, there's just too much going on here. It's what's being proposed is far too dense for the lot. The lot can't support it. Really, the purpose of the zoning ordinance provisions that they're seeking variances from are intended to be mechanisms that control overcrowding and congested development, but it looks like that's exactly what we're going to have here. We think it would change the essential character of the area because it's going to be used much more intensely than before. Even when there was a church, which hasn't been there for a little while, their peak hours were pretty much limited to Sunday morning. We're going to have traffic coming in and out of here at all times of the day and night. Really a new development of this size that isn't seen in the immediate vicinity in this neighborhood. And the Supreme Court's been clear that the zoning board can consider traffic issues in the context of determining whether a variance would be contrary to the public interest. And you know, we think that the traffic is something that certainly needs to be looked at very closely. Those intersections of North Main and Washington and North State and Washington are very busy intersections. The applicant's proposing a number of parking areas and curb cuts around a bunch of those intersections, not to mention the single, the one-way traffic up and down Washington Street, tandem parking spaces with undersized parking spaces. We've heard from snow storage, but we're not really sure what's going to happen with the snow. And in light of all of this, we just don't believe that the board has enough information at this point to determine whether that variance criteria is satisfied as it relates to traffic. I think the board needs to ask the applicant to produce a traffic study that analyzes parking lot circulation on an interior basis, to look at the trip generation in terms of vehicles coming in and out of the site, how that's going to affect those intersections, whether there needs to be signal timing changing to those intersections, how those cars are going to stack and queue at those intersections. These are just all questions that right now the board does not have enough information to determine in the context of the variance criteria because there hasn't been a traffic study. We don't think granting the variance would be consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. Again, the spirit of these zoning ordinance provisions are to control overcrowding and congested development. Those are legitimate zoning objectives that the board can uphold. And mainly the reason is to avoid substantial and undue population concentration on an undersized lot. But it seems to be that that's exactly what we're going to have here, contrary to the spirit of the ordinance. In terms of surrounding property values, again, this is going to be a use that's much more dense and intense than what's allowed and what was previously there. There's not a whole lot of analysis in terms of, in the record of how that intensity will not devalue surrounding properties. Again, there's an uncontrolled sort of parking and traffic arrangement that could be detrimental to all the other properties in the area. They are proposing essentially to, for lack of a better term, interfere with our client's right-of-way where those refuse containers are proposed and the loading dock is proposed. We understand that it's not within the jurisdiction of this board to determine the respective property rights of the parties or the scope of the easement. However, that being said, the fact that a refuse containers unscreened with trucks that are going to be coming in and out and backing onto or backing into from Washington Street over our client's right-of-way, the impact that that's going to have on my client's property rights relative to their easement is evidence that this project is being built out too densely, and that the variance criteria are not satisfied. In terms of the frequency of how often those trucks are going to be backing into Washington Street, at least move-ins and move-outs associated with 34 units. I assume at least weekly or more often trash removal, and I'm not sure if that's going to also include other deliveries like Amazon, FedEx, if they're all going to use those as well, but I think that's something the board needs to look into. I think it's going to be much more frequent than perhaps we may know right now. In terms of the, I haven't read the letter that was submitted from the appraiser or the realtor, but I think in terms of devaluing surrounding property values, I would encourage the board to order an independent third-party review, perhaps from a certified appraiser, to make sure that some of these issues are going to be hashed out fully before the board makes a decision. And last but not least, in terms of unnecessary hardship, really what it comes down to is when the board looks at unnecessary hardship, it needs to determine whether there's special conditions of the property, and then whether those special conditions are such that there's no fair and substantial relationship between the purpose and application of the zoning ordinance provisions that are proposed to be waived. But what that doesn't mean is that you can just pick any special condition and then have it justify any particular waiver of any particular provision of the zoning ordinance. So if you have a building that's already way too big for the lots that it's on, that doesn't mean that the size of the building being oversized is a special condition that can justify overbuilding the rest of the lot in order to accommodate it. We think that these types of variance requests, the number of variance requests, the nature of the variance requests are not indicative of the fact that the zoning ordinance needs to be waived, but they're rather evidence that the zoning ordinance needs to be enforced because there is a fair and substantial relationship to prevent all these harms that the zoning ordinance is intended to prevent. So thank you, board, for the time, and that's all from me.
Thank you. Did you jot down your name on that sheet?
I will do that.
Thank you.
I had a question for,
Yes, by all means, sure. Mr. Allard.
this property's had lots of things going on there the last few years. Do you know, so rather than perhaps starting from scratch, were the traffic studies done when I think the Islamic Center was?
Yes, I meant to bring that up. The board did order a traffic study in 2017 when the Islamic Center was before this board.
Was that the zoning board or the planning board that asked for that?
I believe it was the zoning board.
Was it zoning board?
I mean, yeah, we wouldn't have ordered it, but maybe the applicant had
Yeah,
submitted it.
typically, the reason I ask that question is because the planning board will, our planning staff will ask for that sort of thing as a matter of routine where traffic is an issue, and there's a
It may
site
have been
plan
a
approval.
condition at planning, anyway.
Yeah, but thank you, that answers.
Dr. Hutton will help us figure that out. So.
I don't recall
Not
whether.
this very instant. I'm sure I could read the minutes.
I don't recall whether a traffic study was voluntarily offered by the applicant in that case, or whether it was ordered by the zoning board, or perhaps also the planning board, or both. But we do think that the zoning board at least has the authority to look at that, rather than, kicking it over to the planning board, so.
Yes.
That's all.
Right.
Do you know, someone said something about when the Islamic Center was granted a variance for parking, it was at least in part dependent on the fact that they were going to be able to use the church's parking. Do you know whether that's true and whether that was memorialized in a sort of written agreement?
I can answer that.
Okay,
I don't know the
Dr.
answer.
Hutton can't answer it, I'm good.
So there was an agreement that was a condition of their approval. However, the way the agreement was written, it dissolves upon transfer. And so because the Islamic Center is a religious use, with the change in the statute, we can't go back and force them to comply with that condition anymore.
Right.
Just because of what their use.
Because of their use, that's
Okay.
correct.
Interesting. So they are actually losing parking that they were required to have in order to have
Yes.
Correct.
the zoning approval that they got.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Allard? Thank you very much.
Take in consideration the school and the Islamic Society of Greater Concord as well.
Very
because
good.
all of our children are there now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward.
Told you we should have done 2 meetings.
We may wind up doing 2 meetings. That just may happen. We'll see. Anyway. Yes, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Would you please give us your name?
My name is Muhammad Mobeen Thor, and good evening, all members of the board and fellow audience. As I said, my name is Muhammad Mobeen Thor, and Islamic Society has requested me to come here as a professional witness. I have been real estate broker since 1997, licensed by state of New Hampshire. They have asked me to look into 2 matters. What is the best and highest use of this property, and if the proposed unit will affect the values of the neighboring properties. I have known Ben Caddy for a long, long time. He's a good friend and a very good developer. He has done very good job in some of his developments in different cities of this state. John, I have not known him personally, but I have heard a lot of good things about him, and I'm sure the project they are proposing, if that went through, they will do a good job. My in my professional opinion, before I go into that, I have, over the period of years, since 1997, I have done lots and lots of market analysis. I have done lot of evaluations, and I have done lot of brokers' opinion letters also. At this particular property, the best and highest use, in my opinion, would be a less unit, mixed use property. Maybe because neighbors want to see some people, more people living over there, say hello to them in the morning. And I'm sure city want to see a taxpayer identity to own it. Yes, that should be wonderful. If we could have a property which is maybe 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms, whatever the apartments are allowed by right, and in the commercial area in front, that could be some sort of a community hall that could be utilized for the wedding functions, for birthday functions, or some sort of other functions that could be used. Providing, everybody said that we like to see, since there is a shortage of residential units and people like to see residential use over there to preserve the building also, that's perfectly fine. Since the lot does not allow too many people, everybody is concerned about the traffic and too many people. If there are 10, 12 or 14 people, we still can say hello to them. But if there are 34 plus their guests, I'm not sure how the crowd would be, as the other fellows have been discussing. Another thing about this, I did heard about some sort of hybrid parking, reduced size of parkings. I am sure the developer is an expert. He has done good job at other places, but every property and location is unique. In my opinion, at this place, reduced parking spaces where next to them is a Islamic center or church or a mosque, that would be a fire hazard. God forbid if there is ever a fire. I don't think I want to be responsible that, hey, reduced parking was, smaller parking was allowed and some neighbor came and he parked a bigger car over there. So reduce number of parkings, yes, we can compromise. But reduce parking at a property like this, I don't think that will be a good thing to do at this point. I did hear that the present owner said that this property was marketed and no other buyer presented any use which was better than this particular use. I am personally aware of some of the investors by and through me presented an offer to the present owners, and the use would have been similar, keeping the commercial use in front and some apartment in front, pending upon the due diligence, but the seller did not agree about the due diligence period at that time, and that agreement was not accepted. Since all of us knows, right now, real estate market is very, very hot. You put a mark, and I'm telling you from my own personal experience, within last 2 to 3 days, 2 to 3 days, within last 2 to 3 weeks, I have seen at least 5 properties which were sold for more than asking price. If this property is properly advertised in MLS, I am sure there will be quite a few people who will come up front with a use which will be happily acceptable to neighbors, and it may not be that much of a burden to the board to look into too many variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please note your name on that sign-up chart so that we have our records correct? Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward. Yes, please come forward.
That's your pen, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
The signage.
Yeah.
The signage.
You're the pen steward
There's a
tonight.
pen right there, whichever one you want. Okay, we'll have you sign in.
You swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
May we have your name, please?
It's Rizwana Alamgir Arif.
Definitely sign in, please.
Cannot pronounce it, so you want to.
It's beautiful. Been there, done that. Make sure
It's
we
a lovely
spell it.
name, but I am not going to gamble on spelling it correctly.
It's my husband's fault to add on his part to my name. So I'm here as an economist, but also as a mom who takes her children to the mosque. I would like to agree with some of the people who have mentioned that there is a parking crisis. The parking crisis is real already for the mosque, especially for the congregation days, as well as for celebrations like the president had mentioned, Eid, when people from all over the place, you know, their family members come, they all go to the mosque to celebrate, to be together as a community. The parking issue is real. We try to manage it. My husband often, once in a while, volunteers to kind of make sure people don't encroach into neighbors' properties. So in view of that, and notwithstanding the fact that there is an understanding with the church, which I'm not privy to and I won't speak to that, is that should there be 34 apartments here, the issue will exacerbate. And I'm going to rebuttal one of the arguments that the proposers had, which is that if they reduce the number of apartments, the apartments would actually get bigger because they would have to use up the square footage. I don't agree with that. That as an economist, I think you can cut on your, on the one side you would be losing profit, your profit margin on each unit because they would be bigger and there could be a pressure on parking spots. But in the other side, you could be using that for social development. There could be, you know, a lounge for the community where, you know, neighbors could come by and socialize with people. There could be all kinds of social benefits to the space without having to increase the number of units themselves or the volume of each unit. They could still be small units, but they could have a better use of the space that would help the community stay happy and be able to manage the pressures that exist. But I'm also thankful that they are thinking of keeping the green space, which is also extremely important, and it will definitely improve the value of there's spillover effects for us as well. So just wanted to throw in that.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Comments from code enforcement?
Nothing additional at this time?
I do have some communications here that were submitted directly to the Code Enforcement Office. This one is from Jeff Travato, who owns and lives on a neighboring property on Washington Street, and he is in favor of the proposal, as is Gabrielle DiRenzo, his spouse. We have Ryan Zvezda, who has submitted a letter And she lives at 11 Washington Street and also owns 9.5 Washington Street and is a Realtor and is in favor of the proposed development. We have Richard Briggs, who I don't think says where he lives.
A member of the congregation.
Oh, he's a member of the congregation. Richard Briggs, who's a member of the congregation and is opposed to the proposal for many of the reasons that we heard other folks speak to, primarily having to do with density.
Want me to read the letter, or you have it there?
No, I have it here. I'm not going to read every word of it. It's in the record, and the gist of it has been, I think, communicated by others. And we have a letter July 5th from the Dippold and Dennehy Real Estate Group, Realtor from Bianca Contreras. This one was submitted by the appellant, I believe, during the course of the evening, who believes it is her professional opinion that the development would not diminish neighboring property values, including allowing 34 units. She believes that converting the building to 8 rental units would result in units so large and expensive that they would be unmarketable. Mr. Chorley and Ms.
Chris, there's one more letter.
Oh, there is? Did I miss one? Oh, yes, I did see this one. This is from Robert J. Deedle, who is the president of Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell. Thank you, Nick. They're neighbors across the street at 220 and 214 North Main. And based on his understanding of the project, he believes that the building would be put to good use and hopes that the ZBA acts favorably on the application. Mr. Chorley and Mr. Kelly, Mr. Arnold, would you like to offer factual clarification?
No, thank you.
Very good. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. Stay tuned. There's more to come. All right. I think because we have so many variances here, we should probably divide this discussion up into bite-sized pieces. And with the board's concurrence, I think the piece we ought to start with is the number of units in the building, which generally leads to a lot of the other requirements or other requests. So I'm gonna pick on.
I'm just the flight attendant.
I'm gonna pick on Miss Spector Morgan.
I thought you might do that.
For openers, because there's a chair between me and her, and she cannot kick me without doing some gymnastics. So, Ms. Spector Morgan, give us the benefit of your thoughts, please, on this,
Density.
the density. This is item 1 under 0057 2032.
Okay.
2023.
Yes. I understand all of the neighbors' concerns, and I share your concerns with the parking. But as for the density, I'm in favor of the variance. I think that it will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood because that neighborhood is residential and it is multifamily residential. And while this is a lot of units on a small lot, it's the same use, which is multifamily residential. I think that it will not diminish surrounding property values, just the density, because the building is there and the building from the outside is not going to be changed much, if at all. I don't see the benefit to the public from denying the density variance, again, because nothing is going to be done to the outside of the building. And we have heard that if if they don't get the density variance, they would either have to have larger units, which would be hard to market, or it wouldn't be financially feasible. And yes, we haven't asked for dollars and cents evidence to support that, but we also haven't heard anything to make me believe that would be untrue. And my limited knowledge of construction certainly suggests it is true. And I think the property is unique given the size of the building that exists on the lot. And Attorney Allard's absolutely right. It can't just be that there's some unique feature of the property that has nothing to do with the variance that's being requested. But here, the variance that's being requested relates exactly to the fact that there's a large building on this property. And that really the only feasible way to make this reasonable use happen is to allow an increased density. And whether that's 34 units or 28 units or whatever it is, that's not really for us to decide. We've been presented with a proposal, and we have to act on the proposal that is before us.
Thank you. Mr. Monahan, how does it look to you? Item 1.
Laura stole my, yeah, I think it is inconsistent with the neighborhood. I've been doing a lot of math here. If it was 14 3-bedroom units, or if it were 8 5-bedroom units, we'd still have the same number of humans in that space that would require parking and the density issues here. So I think there's probably ways to manage that impact. I think the developers have come forward with a program to do that. But they've heard from folks tonight as well. So I'm leaning toward supporting it. And then I think, as Chris observed, once we make a decision on that density question, then the other things will begin to fall into place.
Mr. Waller.
I basically agree along the same reasoning, but obviously I think it's in the public interest to have more housing. I don't think it's going to alter the character of the neighborhood. It's going to benefit the public. It's not going to diminish, I think, the value of the neighborhood. And I think the hardship is you've got a unique structure, a rather large structure on a very unique lot that's shared by an RD and a CU zoning. So it makes it an unusual and gives it character. But I don't think, to me, he would persuade me on the hardship issue based on all those points.
Mr. Winters.
You know, I do think there's a hardship that justifies a variance in, because of the existing building, obviously, as well as the placement of that building on the lot. But I personally think that the number of units is really beyond what the hardship justifies, because, I mean, I understand we've heard a lot of testimony about, well, the number of units and the market, but you've really got as many possible units as you could fit in there, unless you were going to go with like all studios. And I understand the point that it's, well, we could make it 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms, but in the end it's the same number of it's really the number of bedrooms that's more relevant. But the ordinance goes off of number of units, and we've heard some competing testimony from different real estate agents who have some expertise on this, that the more units equals less bedrooms, obviously, and so it's going to be the same number of cars, and others have said not necessarily. It wouldn't be like a one-to-one switch over like that. But I think that while I'd be inclined to approve more units than 8 or even 14, and I certainly understand the point. You wouldn't want 3,000 square foot units in there. That would be unmarketable and absurd. But I also think having just mostly 700 or 800 square foot units is more dense than the character of the neighborhood. Really, it wouldn't be within the character of the neighborhood to have that many units.
I also, of the building, clearly, I think Mr. Charlian referred to it as a white elephant. It is, I'm not sure if it's a white elephant or not, but it's certainly an anomaly in the neighborhood. And it's historically been that for a long, long time, and it is no longer feasible to use it as a church. So I think the physical characteristics of the building and its placement on the lot definitely do create a classic hardship situation. I also have reservations, however, about the density, the number of units. And what causes me to have that reservation is that I think Mr. Allard did make a legitimate point when he said the hardship does not necessarily create a situation where you are then therefore entitled to overburden the lot in other ways. And I do have some concerns, although we're not down to the parking yet, that we have really quite pushed the envelope here. The appellant has really pushed the envelope in terms of parking configuration, which leads me to suspect that we may have too many units here. And for the lot itself, I don't. We heard testimony that a lot of people might not have cars. I don't have a huge amount of confidence in that idea. I also don't think it's necessarily true that you get as many cars as you get bedrooms. I think it depends on who's living in the units. You might have a couple with a child. You might have one person with 2 children. Who knows? So it's impossible to say. The best metric we have is the way the ordinance is written. I don't say that's perfect, and I've quarreled with it many times, but I don't have a better thing to offer at the moment. So I think I'm inclined to agree with Andrew that I would support a lesser number of units, which is not what they're asking for, so obviously that's not what we're going to vote on, but that I have concerns that 34 may be too many given the other characteristics of the lot.
So my question for Andrew and Chris then is, if it's not 8 or 14 or 34, what measure will we use in the future to determine if this applicant comes back with something else as to what is appropriate?
Can I just add, you know, as an agent, you know, per bedroom, even though 1 bedrooms, yes, they're convenient for single folks as well, we often calculate them at 2 per bedroom. You know, as a rental.
2
property,
what, parking
you're,
spaces? Or 2 people?
2 people per bedroom, right? But traditionally with a 2-bedroom, you're looking at potentially 2 drivers. So maybe reduce, I mean, just a thought, but reducing the number of 1-bedrooms, you're still not looking at really more than 2 potential drivers, because usually in a 2-bedroom, you're potentially looking at a family or a roommate situation.
And I'm not necessarily inclined to grant the parking variances.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for more housing, but I do think that 34 is a lot for that.
Thank you. You ask a very good question. I do not have a pat answer for it. I think if I were to see another proposal for fewer units, I would also potentially see a little different configuration of parking and the intensity of parking, depending on how many units they were proposing.
Units or bedrooms?
Units.
Units. Because the number of bedrooms is not something we have any say-so over.
So if there's 8 4-bedroom units, they only need 2 spots per unit?
Correct.
Right.
That's not to say they're going
Equally
to do that.
unrealistic.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, it's not.
Can I ask Dr. Tracy a question? If the sidewalk on the left side of Washington Street is no longer going to qualify as city maintained with this development, would that be potential for parallel parking on that side? There's 3 or 4 spaces on the other side.
It's still within the city right away, and I don't believe it's being
Okay.
discontinued.
All right, I just didn't know. I'm
No, there's
curious.
no parallel parking on that road.
Yeah.
No, in fact, there are
I'm sorry,
projections from the
not-
sidewalk.
not well,
There's no parking on it.
no, well, there's 3 spaces across the street from the church.
Oh.
So I just didn't know that run along the side of the church, so I'm getting creative.
Which we're not supposed to do.
I know.
Stay in your lane.
You're going to have to suppress your urge to be creative,
Tape on my mouth.
at least for the evening
Well,
that
if
you
they
spend
have
at the
to
zoning
come
board.
back, you know.
Yeah. So, to turn your question on its head, I couldn't answer the question by saying, why shouldn't it be 40? As opposed to 36. It's because the parking requirement is what the developer believes that they need for this particular number of units in this particular configuration is so heavily burdening the lot. I'm concerned that there are too many units, and that fewer units might conceivably result in a better parking configuration. But I cannot give you a definitive answer to your question. Why would 32 be? It might not be. I definitely do think there's a hardship here. And I'm not going to resign my position and leave in a huff if the board chooses to vote for 34. It's not an easy question in my mind.
No, it's not.
But I think we probably should call for a vote on this particular issue, since it's going to be 2 in the morning if we keep this up, and it's just not going to happen. So,
Before we bring it to a head, the issue around traffic study.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, I asked it because they thought we did it, right, when the Islamic Center was coming in and the printing booths were going out. Was that something we asked for?
I don't remember that we did, but I could be mistaken on that. Typically, we don't ask for traffic studies.
I don't remember.
It's not that we don't have the authority to do so, it's just superfluous because the planning board generally does. Did you have anything
I
on
would
that,
question
Tracy?
whether or not you have the authority to do so.
Oh, would
But
you?
we have the authority to do so.
Yeah, or maybe
The
we
ordinance is
recessed it and
specific
they
as to
came
what you
back.
can ask for.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Okay.
You requested a parking study, not a traffic study.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
What does the ordinance say?
The ordinance says you can ask for a survey. It does not
That's
give,
it?
it does not give you the right to ask for additional studies.
Okay.
But we could say, well, without it, we might have a hard time. I mean, the applicants
Could.
give us
You
traffic
can't
studies.
require the applicant to prepare a study
we
for
can't
you, like the
require it,
planning
yeah.
board can do, because their authority is broader on most types of
So
matters.
that is consistent with my recollection of how we do things in general.
Yeah.
And yes, we have sometimes asked for people to tell us what's going on with parking, existing conditions, but, and in this case,
The value of the unit.
I'm not sure that it's even germane to what we're talking about.
So I would make a motion to approve the requested variance for 34 units based on the reasoning I articulated earlier.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Hey,
Ah. 34
Really?
units.
You
Fails.
switch teams.
Do I hear a motion?
Here at 32.
Do I hear a motion to deny the request for 34 units?
I move to deny.
Is there a second?
second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Before we vote from would you mind, Chris, if I?
No, this is discussion time.
Yeah, I think, I'm wondering if this is the point it might make sense to recess in order for the applicants and neighbors to think about coming back with something so we don't have to go through all of the other remaining issues here. Wouldn't really, I think.
What I was imagining we might do is if we go forward with this and the motion to deny carries, that we table all the other requests, because it seems to me this is the linchpin of the project. And if the appellant wants to come back with a modified project, which we would have to consider a new project, we could look at that. That doesn't mean that some of the parking requests wouldn't be the same. But
Great, that's the evening's efficiency I was looking for.
okay. So we have a motion and a second, I believe.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
It's 3-2 with Mr. Monahan and Ms. Spector-Morgan in the minority, or yes, in the minority. The variance is denied. Do I hear a motion to table items 2 through 9 in 0057-2023 and items 2 through 3 in 0050-2023?
Are we tabling them until the next meeting, or?
Or is it, would they be, if they come back with another variance request for a different number of units, but otherwise the exact same plan, would they be merged with the the tabled
Uh,
variances?
My objective here in voting, if I were voting for it, would essentially to put these aside with prejudice. And say, just haven't acted on. So I don't know whether there's any technical reason why we need to assign it a date.
It would be the notification. If you don't do a date certain, we have to notify the abutters again. But,
And we only have 45 days to act on variances.
right, so you could table it at least till, if you did a date certain to the next meeting, that would at least give the applicant time to decide what he's gonna do. So
Yeah.
you could take it off the table at the next meeting and make a decision as to what
Okay.
what the disposition will be from that point.
So let's, do I hear a motion to table all of that work until the regular August meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? A second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. All of the other variance requests are
Can we take a
tabled.
small break?
Yes, of course.
As Rose runs away anyway.
How about till Labor Day?
No?
Yes.
Yes, Claude?
So the testimony or the people who spoke for or against, will that information carry forward into the next meeting on this subject?
No.
Well,
So that has to be redone?
no. If there's a new application, it will not carry forward, but everyone has heard your input on this application, so they don't need to come to the next meeting and repeat their concerns about those other variances.
No, if the same variances came up. But
They
if
go
we
for
start
another-
all over again with a new application,
I understand.
then it's, on the other hand, we will have heard what everyone has to say, so they can be brief and not lose their effectiveness.
All right, just to clarify that point, but just procedurally, so you're saying, yeah, we have to put our heads together and, there are viability questions. Came back with a request for a less density. What is that thing? That's the same case?
It would be a new case. It would be substantively
Oh, I
different
couldn't
if the
wait.
board
I had to
decided
go.
it was substantively different. So it would be a new case on the density, but you could resume the case on the rest of the variances if they don't change. But the parking numbers will change, so that one will change and some of those. So,
Anything that changes would be new.
And then I guess to
Right.
Claude's point, that that testimony is all sort of on the record for that new case with.
for the current case only.
But if people-
Unfortunately, that's,
So everyone really does have to.
But if people wanted to submit something in email or in writing that says, I testified at this hearing and I incorporate my testimony into this application, we would take that.
yeah. Because obviously, we don't want to spend another 2.5 hours listening to the same things get said over
And it-
again.
Enjoy your company.
We still remember.
As we do yours.
I'll ask a legal question. Andrew, can we take some sort of administrative notice at the next meeting to incorporate the information from the previous hearing?
Oh, sorry, I went to the bathroom at the wrong time, or maybe the right time. I think we could. I mean, we have the minutes. We could even listen to the recording. I think we've effectively done that before.
We have to do
Well,
it
I-
in 3 hearings.
My mind wandered when you asked your question. Would you ask it again?
Can we just take some sort of administrative notice of all the information we heard on these cases, on these properties, can be incorporated into the record of a new case?
We can say that.
I'd like to,
But I think it would be cleaner to have everyone's ask us to do that.
Yes, or maybe the applicant should ask for that.
Yes.
I think if we,
Depending on what
we could ask the people who came up or wish to testify, if they would like to simply confirm what they said before, which is on the record, which we've all heard, then we don't have to spend a lot of time on it.
let's just say I won't throw away all
They may
the
not
materials.
have as much to say if the plan comes back with less objection or.
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully they can.
I don't know if we made the right decision or not, but we made one.
Include storage in a bike rack. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how to keep that motion.
That's all right.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
is a great idea, bike rack. Well, I don't have a package.
And because there's something those of you who've been eavesdropping already know what I'm going to say, but the hour is late. We're already at 9 o'clock. Typically, we do not like to start cases after 10 o'clock. We find that the board does not do its optimum work after sitting here for 4 hours. So in the interests of out of respect for the people who've come here with appeals, we don't want to be sitting here doing sloppy work. What that means for us tonight is that those of you who have cases that are still on the agenda have two options. One, you can simply sit tight and we'll see if we get to you before 10 o'clock. And if we don't, we're going to have to recess your case. It does not mean you would have to file a new appeal or go through a whole new permitting process, but it does mean that we would not hear the case tonight. We'd have to hear it later. You can also, right now, tell us that you are willing to have your case recessed until the next meeting, which is in August, in which case we would do that, and you can go home, and that'll be that. Is there anyone here who would like to have his or her case recessed right now? A huge amount of no interest in
They
that.
have faith in our ability to work quickly.
Okay, they've put in this much time, and gall darn it, they're going to stick with it.
I just wanted to note a number of the late cases did leave and were intending to come back because they recognized the caseload tonight. I do not know what their opinion is, but there's a number of cases that
Oh,
aren't here.
that's useful to know.
Interesting.
Um,
They might have already heard that.
If they trickle back in, I guess I may have to ask that question again, but, all right. I don't see anyone else. Sir,
Mr. Chairman, I don't know where we are on the list.
what's your case?
It is 89 Abbott Road.
Third one down.
You'd be the third one down. I think there's an excellent chance that you'd be heard within the next hour.
Thank you.
But obviously, I don't know if we're going to stumble on another case that takes a long time. I would be astonished if we stumbled on another one that took
Most of them look like
3
one.
hours. But I mean, none of these cases strikes me as being extraordinarily complex or lengthy, but I cannot make a promise, and I am going to make a promise to the board and to you that we're not going to start new cases after 10 o'clock.
I only ask that because I have a purchase and sale agreement that says if I get a variance, if I don't have it by tomorrow, then I lose the sale of the property.
Understood.
No pressure.
Okay.
Let's begin.
All right, we'll just keep going. The next case, something else?
No, just testing.
No. It works.
See, we're punchy already.
Yeah. We may not be a good board, but we're a fun board. 0062, 2023, 23 Montgomery Street, CVP, Civic Performance District, Carolyn E. Tremblay, Revocable Trust, 2018 owner. The owner wishes to construct a 100-square-foot deck and a 120-square-foot accessibility ramp and seeks a variance in accordance with RSA 6433V to Article 28.4.1B, Table of Dimensional Regulations, to allow construction at 5 feet from the property line where 25 feet is required.
Yes.
Sign in if you'd like, and slide that right out of your way.
Do you both swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you for jotting down your name on that register, and when you are ready to get started, please give us your names as you testify.
My name is Carolyn Tremblay, and I'm the owner of 23 Montgomery Street in Concord. And
I'm David Lynch. I would be the proposed builder of this project.
What would you like us to know? We have read your application, so we're familiar with
thank you.
what you're asking for, but if you want to touch on the high points of why you feel a variance is appropriate, that would be helpful to us.
Yes, we would like to construct we called it a deck, but essentially it's an elevated walkway from a back door of our house to the deck and to access a ramp. My mother lives there, and she's having more and more difficulty getting in and out of the house. There are 2 other means of egress, but they both have steps. And she can't get down the steps or up the steps by herself. So we need a ramp, and I would like a walkway that goes from that back door to the porch so she can enjoy her porch. And you see a circle in the bottom right-hand corner. That's simply so that if she's in a wheelchair, she can turn.
So how much of that exists right now? Any of it?
Thank you for asking. What exists right now is, no, none of the deck or walk area, which is the back of the house to the right of the drawing, exists now. There is a porch on the bottom right. I should have written porch on it, but I didn't note it. But the very bottom right, there is an area where there's a porch. You can see a door going out to it, but that's accessible only by the second floor unit, not the first floor unit where she is. And we don't meet the 15-foot setback. There was some discrepancy in the zoning standards. One of the zoning standards that I looked up said it was a 15-foot setback for front, rear, and side, and another one from another one of your publications said it was 15, 15, and 25.
You said there's two different pieces of information in the...
Yeah, the dimensional standards.
I think you
Dr. Hutton, which
may
applies?
have misread that.
What's the setbacks that apply here?
One of them could be, what do they call it, a PUD or?
In the letter, it said 25 feet.
15, 15, and 25.
Okay,
And I've got 15, 15, and 25, and I've got 15, 15, and 15.
Where did you read that?
City of Concord, zones and dimensional standards, 15, 15, and 25, which is this Tracy? Is Tracy?
Yep,
Yep.
that's Tracy.
Tracy, Tracy, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm just
And,
gonna check the actual table in the,
yeah, then I looked under the Article
typo.
28-4, and the attachment said 15, 15, and 15. And everyone we've spoke to, when we've called the city about the setback, said 15, 15, and 15.
the ordinance itself is 15, 15, and 25.
Okay.
Okay, so the one that's listed is incorrect?
Yeah, we'll make a note of that. If there's some bad information in on the website or,
Just a discrepancy.
Yep.
we'll make sure to correct that, but we're dealing with 15, 15, and 25.
Very good.
So you're within, this is gonna be technically in your front,
Backyard.
so 25 feet is,
25 feet is the side one, I believe.
then the notice says where 25 is required, so should it read where 15 is required? Or 25 is required?
The rear of the house has a 15-foot setback.
So the notice says where 25 is required, that should read where 15 is required. Does that sound
No, I
right?
think Tracy just read it, said it's
It's 25.
25 on a side,
Oh, where 25
Yeah.
is required, okay.
on a side. Okay. The porch extends currently the porch currently extends 7 feet from the northwest property line, which is a side line.
So is your new construction gonna, it's gonna extend further into the setback, or it's just
No.
gonna be completely parallel with the current porch?
Completely parallel to the current porch.
It's gonna run farther along the house?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. But the rear one is the one that's going to go within 5 to 7 feet of the back property line.
Very good. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
I don't think so.
I have one question.
Questions, yep, questions.
So if you want to put a ramp on your property to allow someone who is not able to access the property to access the property, you can do that without showing an unnecessary hardship. But a condition of that is that when this person leaves the property, moves out, passes away, whatever it may be, it has to come down. So is this the kind of thing you're willing to take down after your mother no longer lives there, or do
No.
you want it there
I want it
permanently?
permanent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, because I plan to live there and retire there as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good question.
Thank you.
You always ask such good questions.
I try.
I wish I could be more like you.
No, you don't.
Can I ask that question a different way?
Please.
Not that I think it matters to the applicant. If it were approved while the current, so if the property were sold, the variance would,
Go away.
really goes with the property, but
It goes with the property unless it is a variance issued under paragraph, I think it's 5, which allows the issuance
Temporary.
without the finding of hardship. But the condition is when that person vacates, it goes away.
Yep, it's 5. 674, 33, 5.
Is that, did she file under 5?
Hers includes a hardship in her application.
That was the discussion that we had on the application.
Or do you have to file under 5, or can you file for the variance and then ask it the alternative?
It was noticed as this way,
As a variance?
as a variance under 674, 33, 5,
And I don't think we can hear it.
Or we can hear it, but we can only grant it
under
as.
that criteria.
Yeah.
As
Does
a
it have to be
variance.
for a specific person, or can it be for any, can
Has to
5
be
apply for
for-
any person? Any disabled person? Because then that could work for her as well.
Apparently 4th of July isn't over.
No, it's not.
So it says, in granting any variance pursuant to this paragraph,
The
the zoning
particular
board may
person.
provide and finding included in the variance that the variance shall survive only so long as the particular person has a continuing need to use the premises.
So you would have to reapply if it was a different person.
One particular person.
Yeah.
Well,
So
mean
we
it-
can grant this, but we can't grant it in perpetuity.
We could grant it as long as your mother needs it, but then if another person needs it in the future, you'd either have to tear it down or
come back.
you'd come back and reapply for that person.
Can
It-
the ramp stay up while she would reapply?
I expect that would be the case.
That'd be up to the enforcement, but I doubt they'd.
I've never
Yeah.
known the code enforcement to ask somebody to tear something down before the board had a chance to look at it.
Yeah, now this is a family home,
Right.
Right.
so if I needed it, then I'd have to have it torn down and go through this whole thing again?
No.
You
You wouldn't have to tear it down, but you
You'd
would
have
need
to
to
go
come
through
back
the whole
and
thing.
reapply.
Because the law, we just asked her to read it, the law said person. It can
If
only
you-
find exception for a specific person, not a family, not a series of people.
But I was under the impression that the permit wasn't granted because it was a setback issue, not because of a certain person. I'm not understanding.
There's a special provision in the law which is different from other variances that might apply where you have a setback issue. That's what we were referring to as paragraph 5, RSA 674-33-5. It's not something we run into very often, but what happened when they wrote the RSA, they realized that there might be a situation where someone needed a handicapped barrier-free access to a building, but did not otherwise qualify for a variance. And the legislature wanted to make sure that, I assume, that that would not prevent them from having the ramp, for example. So what they did is they said you can do it, and you're excused from the normal requirements of a hardship under the variance. But then there are certain criteria that apply, or conditions, and one of them is the one that we just mentioned about the person. If you still needed it, you have two options. If your mother no longer needed it for whatever reason, you could come to the board and ask for a regular variance at that point.
I thought that's what I was doing.
No, you're not. You're under the paragraph 5. It's a legal nicety, and it's annoying, but that's the way it is.
Or she could reapply, or she could withdraw now and reapply for the standard variance, right? Or can she modify?
She could, but she'd still have to pay again because we've already done it would be a new set of notices.
Can you waive that?
No.
You have no authority to waive fees.
So you can continue tonight, and the board can decide whether or not it will grant under 5. I've never known it not to. But you would then face that condition theoretically of having to tear it down. First of all, someone would have to notice.
Right, you'd have, You'd
Does
have
it-
to you'd apply first, though. I've never
Right.
known the city to go running around and then
I
double
know.
checking to see if your variance expired.
But in, the legal situation would be as we've described to you.
Right.
And your
You
mom
have
will
to come
probably
back and
outlive the
apply.
all of us, so it won't, all the circumstances will be, who knows?
We hope she
what
does.
It'll be then
It's gonna
anyway.
outlive me,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
We hope she does.
It's gonna kill me. so I just-
Wish her well.
Yeah.
So, in fact, we can go ahead
Okay,
and act on what you've got now, and you could still come back, I suppose, with
Okay.
another application at any
Nope.
time.
Right,
okay.
might as well.
Right, if you have
You're
to pay
here.
again, you might as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of fun being here.
And you've had quite a show this evening.
Yeah.
We have. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll proceed as, if it's okay, proceed
Yes.
as how
Yep.
we had started.
Yep. Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
It's been quite entertaining tonight. I don't think so.
Other than giving us a piece of your mind?
Chris, there is a letter,
Pardon?
just so you know, there is a letter.
Oh, yes, there is a letter.
Was it in your packet?
No, it
James?
was
Separate.
in front of you. It was an email that came in.
Yeah, from the rear abutter.
What have I gone and done with that?
I'll give you.
Here it is.
Yeah.
This is from,
See an overhead, while he's reading that, can we put up an overhead view of the?
this is from Mike Summers.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
uh, who could not attend the meeting this evening, but does not have any problem with the proposal within the setback. Has no objection to the request.
I'm sorry, Tracy, I meant the overhead of the neighborhood, so we could see what the other houses look like.
They're all parking lots.
It's the little street tucked behind the court, right? Is that
It's,
Montgomery?
it is Montgomery Street. It's a little one-way street. And it's parking lots. To my right, to my left, and in the back.
Yeah.
The front is the road.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can step down.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in opposition to it? Any comments from code enforcement?
Nope.
With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. And I will start at the end of the table with Mr. Wallner. How do you see this?
Thank you. To be quick on this thing, the hardship is that there's no other place to put the ramp to meet the requirements. Obviously, the applicant's entitled to a ramp. I think all the other issues, it's not going to be contrary to the public interest. I think the spirit of the ordinance is observed, substantial justice is done, and certainly not going to affect the surrounding property values.
Jim?
Nick said it all.
Laura?
I agree, except we don't need to find hardship. So I think it meets the other criteria.
I concur.
Andrew? I agree with my colleagues.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The request is granted. Which brings us to 0064, 2023, 21 Jackson Street, RD, Downtown Residential District, Dale J. Cunningham Revocable Trust, and Charles B. Woodhouse Revocable Living Trust, 2014. The owner wishes to enclose an existing external non-conforming feature of a residential structure and seeks a variance to Article 28.5A, repairs and maintenance to an additional living area 2 feet from the rear property line where 20 feet is required, and 8 feet from the side property line where 10 feet is required. Yes, sir. Swear to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
What, would you give us your name, please?
Josh Brem, JB Design and Build. I'm the contractor performing the work. The homeowners have gone home. I did have them fill out the form that allowed me to speak on their behalf.
All right. What would you like us to know, Mr. Brown? We have seen the application materials, so we do know something about your appeal.
Perfect. Honestly, it's pretty straightforward. The existing deck does not, actually the existing structure does not meet the setbacks. Because of how the deck is framed, we're going to be shortening it. As you can see, there's extending past the house. We're actually going to be bringing it in line with the house. That way, it meets with the existing footings that are there right now. And then adding a roof above to allow for more outdoor living space.
Did I read this plan correctly, that you're actually going to be impinging a little less than the existing deck does?
Yes, sir. We're actually going to be making the deck smaller on the back side and then on the driveway side as well.
But they're changing a deck into living space, which is.
Is it gonna be 3-season or 4-season?
It's not, it's just gonna have a roof above it.
Oh, okay, it's
So
even
it'll
gonna
be
be
a
screened in?
four-season screened-in room. That's.
Screened in, okay.
Yep.
The ordinance looks at decks and living space differently?
It does, well, the case law does.
Oh.
But it's not gonna be insulated.
No, not at all.
Or heated?
Nope, not at all. But since there's a roof structure above it for the building codes, we have to make sure.
Very good. Questions from the board?
So from a setback perspective, it's more conforming.
Correct. Yes, we're actually making it better than what's already there.
Any other questions? Laura?
Nope.
Andrew? Nope. Thank you very much.
One quick question, there was also a shed that we were going to be adding as well.
Oh.
A what?
That's not part of the application.
Oh, it was emailed.
It's not on the existing deck?
No.
That
is-
was not part of the application in the written.
The shed goes where?
It was at the top of the driveway.
And did it need a variance?
Due to the fact that it is going to be placed at the top of the driveway, yes.
Well, that would need to be dealt with.
Where is
later.
that on this plan?
Because it didn't, doesn't show on this.
It doesn't show on the plan.
What we do have is,
No, but I did note it in an email, that's my bad.
that's all we have.
Yeah, no,
That's all we
That is the, yes,
it was on the building plan, not in the site plan. That's the confusion.
okay.
So that we can't act on.
Okay, so I'll just have to come
We
back
can
to that.
act on the,
Yes.
the first part of the
Okay,
application.
perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in favor of this appeal or in opposition to it? Code enforcement, any comments?
Nope, not at this time.
Code
Sorry,
enforcement.
shed fog.
Come in, code enforcement. You read me. All right, with that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will invite Mr. Winters to begin the discussion on this one.
Well, it's not changing the existing setback. In fact, I think he said it's gonna improve it a little bit, and it's, they're not even fully enclosing it, so it's really just a pretty mild modification. It's not really gonna, I doubt anyone in the neighborhood will notice much, so very little impact, so I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Does everyone concur with Andrew's remarks? Nobody's jumping up and saying they don't.
Do you want us to go through the variance criteria?
Yeah, we ought.
Yeah.
We ought. Andrew, why don't you just touch on them?
Well, I think because of the existing building, and I think having an enclosed or partially enclosed deck is a reasonable use of the property, and so it'd be a hardship for them to have to move the structure to accommodate that, and it's consistent with the character of the neighborhood. I don't think it'll impact any of the neighboring property values, and substantial justice would be done. So I move to approve. Or I can't remember if I already moved.
You moved.
Okay, then I continue to move to approve.
It's been moved, and was it seconded?
Yes.
Yes, it was. It's been moved and seconded, and we have the rationale. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The variance is granted. That's just for the deck with the roof on it, not the shed. The next case is case 0065, 89 Abbott Road, RS Single Family Residential District. Karen Bedard, owner. The owner wishes to construct a single-family dwelling and seeks a variance to Article 28.41H Table of Dimensional Regulations to allow construction on a lot having 70.16 feet of frontage where a minimum of 100 feet is required. You made it under the tape.
Thank you.
I was close.
I'm sorry for being a pain.
You
You're
swear
not
to tell the
being
truth and nothing but.
Yes.
May we have your names as you testify, please?
Michael Bedard. And what we are looking for is a variance from the required 100 feet of frontage. Our lot has 70.16 feet of frontage, it's right there. We bought the lot in July of 2021. When we bought it, it actually had 60-some odd feet of frontage. It didn't have 70-some odd feet of frontage. After buying it, we learned that the city actually took some of the frontage, like back in the 30s, I guess. Bartlett, the surveyor Bartlett here in the city, discovered that when we were doing the research. So as we lost some length to the lot, we picked up frontage. In fact, that was 60, what's that, say 68.6 feet? Yeah, it's more than that now. We picked up a couple of feet of frontage, but we still don't have the required frontage that we need. We bought the lot with the intent of taking down the existing structure and then put up a new house on it. We had to, before we could do that, we had to have a asbestos abatement done. After that, we had to have the asbestos cleaned out of it. Then we had to disconnect the water, city water, city gas, and sewer. So the city gas, water, and sewer are on the lot. They're not, there's no cost to the city in granting the variance. They're on lot. They're not within the right of way. They're actually on the lot. I disconnected them, and they still remain on the lot. With respect to, well, what happened was, as time passed, we just became beyond our budget with interest rates and stuff to really build on it now. So we were looking to sell it. We had a buyer, and they discovered we needed the variance. We didn't even know we needed one until about a month and a half ago, or maybe less. So we're here for the variance today. With respect to the criteria, I did put a statement in support of.
Yeah, and we
the
did
variance.
read it.
And I'm like, I could almost rest on that, I suppose, except for I haven't done a lot of these, and very, very few. The buzzwords I learned tonight was reasonable use. As long as I say reasonable use, I'm looking good.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a reasonable use.
Yeah. I think within my statement in support of the variance, I touched on whether it's contrary to the public interest. Also touched on the spirit of the ordinance, substantial justice, the value in surrounding properties is certainly not going to be diminished by putting up a new home on the lot. Right now, the city is only taxing on the lot itself because I've removed the building. So our buyers are going to put a new building, a new home on that particular lot. I just want to touch real briefly on the unnecessary hardship, and I may have misinterpreted that. But you have to show that no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision. I did touch in my statement on the, give me 1 second here. On the general purpose, I think I really touched hard on the general purpose. I really beat that one up to death on it. The general purpose of the statute, of the ordinance, and by granting the variance, I think we certainly cover all those the public interest, public purpose for that. And again, the proposed use is a reasonable one. It's a single-family residential area. It had a single-family home on it when I took it down. It's going to have a single-family home on it when the new buyers put one up. Thank you.
And I take it from your appeal that you're not asking for a variance for anything but frontage.
But frontage, that's right.
Okay.
Do you have any idea how you became the only lot in the area that doesn't have 100 feet of frontage?
Yes, I do. This lot, when they subdivided this was apparently like a massive subdivision initially, all the way from from Fisherville Road
Yeah.
down like Manor Road.
Yep.
And then they started just cutting these pieces off. And as they did that, our lot never even showed up on on any of the deeds, on any of the subdivisions.
Oh.
When you go back far enough, it just magically appeared somewhere in history. So yeah, I think it was a leftover.
They found a lot more frontage.
I think it was a leftover, what happened.
Thank you.
And what's on the lot right now?
It's just land now. I took the house down that was on it.
If you Google it, you can still see what was there. It was just a tiny little one-story,
So
no basement, right?
Right, it was on blocks. It was a 400 square foot home. One lady lived in it, so she passed away. Then I think her estate owned it when we bought it.
So the minute they tear that down, they lose that
The
existing
clock
use on
starts.
the front end.
I understood that once
Oh,
they
how
tore it
much-
down, I had a year, but I didn't know that at the
They
time.
had they could have torn it down and built within a year
Yeah.
without coming before, getting any, I see, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Please come forward. Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but.
Yes, I do, thank
May-
you.
May we have your name, please, for the record?
Yes, my name is Jessica Wheeler Russell. I live on Manor Road, and I'm actually the daughter of the buyers. My parents, about a year ago, we came to a decision that we would like to move my parents closer to my family for obvious, for reasons like, well, they wanted to be near their grandchildren. I have 2 boys. But also, as my parents age, I want to be able to be close by them so that we're not scrambling to drive, 45 minutes to the Upper Valley if something happens, all that good stuff. And so we spent quite some time trying to find a happy medium for everybody, which is very difficult in this real estate environment right now. So when I saw that the land, this land was for sale, and it is a 3-minute walk from my house, we were very excited for it, with the hope, and hopefully once this variance is passed, we'll be able to move forward, and I'm really hoping for a positive outcome, so.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in opposition to it? Please come forward.
Good evening. So my name is Bill Calvin. Oh, sorry.
Swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Bill Kelvin?
Bill Calvin, C-A-L-V-I-N. I am speaking on behalf of my in-laws. I'm also a resident on the neighboring side at 87 Abbott Road.
What would you like us to know?
So first, I'd like to start off, this is a statement from my father-in-law who unfortunately cannot be here. He's in the hospital. So just start off by reading. So I am seeking more clarity on the situation. Have they applied for a permit for a dwelling? If so, may we view the plot plan to see where the house is located? If there is no request for permit for construction of a single-family dwelling, is the variance based on making the land more sellable and or profitable? Whereas we do not know the location nor the size of the single-family dwelling to be constructed, we do not approve of the variance. We feel it will degrade the value of our property and infringe on our privacy. The home that existed at 89 Abbott Road was built in 1940, decades prior to the rest of the homes developed in the neighborhood, which answered your question. It was a camp-style home and sat upon a 472 square foot plot. This provided ample yard around the structure and privacy for the neighbors, given the smaller dimensions of the home and of the lot it was built upon. In Mr. Berard's statement, he stated that the average home cost in New Hampshire is $400,000. And based on the research that I've done, $150 square foot is the average of building a new home. This insinuates, based on the cost, at least a 2,000 square foot home in this area. A footprint of that magnitude of 4.25 times greater than the pre-existing home at 472 square feet. To treat the frontage of the lot as 100 feet instead of 68.6 as recorded by the city of Concord's GIS, or even 70.16 feet per petitioner's private survey, would decrease the side yard space available by around 32 to 32 feet, or almost 1/3 of the total frontage required. In order to comply with side setback requirements on a roughly 2/3 side frontage, would the new home be rotated 90 degrees so as to have the front and rear windows facing, abutting our neighbors' yards, including ours. All of the homes in this area about each other on the side ends, not front and rear. The only home that did not follow this rule was the previous 1940 home. Having a larger home rotated 90 degrees would be an invasion of the butter's privacy, as well as it would be an eyesore in the neighborhood. It would basically be a sideways home compared to everyone else facing the street. Our neighborhood is characteristically suburban feel, lots of greenery, trees, nature, grass, and yard space between homes. Our neighborhood is quiet and peaceful. Many of the families here have lived in their homes for decades, some even as far back as when these homes were first constructed. We do not wish to have our neighborhood degraded by attempting to fit a larger home in a smaller space against the requirements of the table of dimensional regulations. Consequently, another question, would the variance in question automatically grant subsequent variances to other ordinances such as 28-7-8, access and driveway standards outlining the rules for driveway and parking placement and setbacks of 40 feet to either side. In absence of a plot plan from a building permit outlining the positioning and dimensions of a new construction, we cannot accept a variance from our regulations in good faith. A variance granting an extra 30 to 32 square feet of frontage where it does not exist will impede on the privacy and home value of our neighbors. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration in this matter. So that was my father-in-law's statement, as well as my mother-in-law. I do want to address some of the things in the written statement for granting the variance. So he stated on July 28, 2021, 89 Abbott Road was purchased. According to any records that we were able to find, the actual date was August 16th. Prior to removing the existing home, he said he had to remove asbestos from the existing home and disconnect all utilities. The only thing I could find for a demolition permit was for an 89 Abbott Court, and it just said general project. There was no record that I could find of any professional asbestos removal. He states the 70.16 square frontage. Thank you for the explanation as to what happened, as the research that they did, because we were curious as to where 2 feet magically appeared. So he says it's not contrary to public interest. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of the public, and it is contrary to our interest based on privacy matters. The size of the home that he's quoting that wanting to build will impede on that privacy because it will stretch towards our backyard. And the way it has to be set up, either the front or the back of the house is going to be facing either our neighbor or ourselves. The reason why the original structure did not impede on that is because it was set towards the front of the property and did not reach the backyard, because it was a small home. There's all kinds of stuff in the statement about in spirit of the ordinance, and I've been listening to you guys for a while now about public interest. There were no conversations had with the plans of this home to us. Under the initial time we met Mr. Bedard, and he was trying to figure out the surveying of the property. So that's pretty much all I got for a piece. I mean, I could go on quoting a bunch of codes and about abandonment and termination, so on and so forth, but I'm sure you're well aware of all those things, so I'll save people the time.
Thank you very much.
Quick question, what's the address of your in-laws?
87 Abbott Road, we're right next to it.
Thank you.
Did you say their name, maybe? What are their names? Maybe you should say that. Did you say your in-laws' names?
Yes, it is Frank and Kathy Roach.
Roach, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calvin. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard? Any comments from code enforcement?
Nope.
Mr. Bedard, would you like to offer any factual clarification in response to anything you've heard?
I think the only thing that I would say, I was going to say, Your Honor.
We need you back up.
Your Honor.
Well, I am on.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is you have the survey in front of you.
Yes.
And Bartlett did map out the setbacks, and single-family house will fit well within those setbacks. That was our plan with a 40 by 40 ranch. Sits well within those setbacks. That's what we had to map them out.
Very good. Thank you. That would declare, did I check in with you, Tracy, already? Yes. With that would declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. I'm going to lean on Mr. Monahan for his thoughts on this to start.
Yeah, no, I think it's perfectly reasonable. Is that what he said? He wanted us to see the odd lot size has some historic anomalies to it as it came to be. So I think there's some institutional hardship associated with that. I think this is a reasonable request. Anything that has to do with future setbacks or house alignments and things like that are not before us, and if there's anything that required a variance, would have to come back. So I'm prepared to support the applicant's request.
Ms. Spector Morgan.
I'm prepared to do so as well. The lot is clearly unique in that it doesn't have the 100 feet of frontage when every other lot does. The house will have to fit within the setbacks and will have to meet whatever other requirements the city has in terms of height and size. So we can't really deny it based on the concerns about the orientation. It's not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood, which is residential. Putting a single-family house on a lot in the middle of a single-family neighborhood is not going to decrease surrounding property values, and there really is no benefit to the public from denying it. And the purpose of frontage regulations are to control density, to make sure that, emergency services can get there, and those are all fulfilled even with the 70 feet of frontage.
Mr. Winters.
I do agree with what was said.
Ditto.
And I ditto too. This is a classic case of you can't use the property for the permitted use because of the configuration of the lot. And therefore, I don't think we need a layout of the existing building. If they were asking for variance from anything else, we would, but not for that. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve for the reasons previously stated.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The variance is granted. You're welcome. Good night. That brings us to case 0066, 2023, 1 Granite Place, Institutional District, 81 Hall Street, LLC owner. The owner wishes to create a lot with no frontage where 150 feet are required and seeks a variance to Article 2841C, minimum lot frontage. Mr. Arnold.
Look at that.
Still telling us the truth?
Yes.
Would you once again identify yourself for the record?
Sure. John Arnold from Warren Reno. I represent the applicant. This one shouldn't take any longer than the last one I did.
Oh. I'm reassured.
Great. So the plan is up, just to get you oriented. This is 1 Granite Place. It's the old Lincoln Financial Center office complex. Rumford Street is down the right side of the plan. We see the driveway coming off. Pennacook Street is along the kind of bottom of the plan. The development was basically done as 2 separate office buildings built in the late 70s, early 80s. There's a common lobby that connects the 2 of them. And the lot line you see running right through the middle of it is the lot line that basically bisects the overall building. The lot on the north side, the top of the plan, I'm referring to as the north lot. The lot on the south side, I'm referring to as the south lot. Basically, the south lot currently has frontage along Rumford Street and Pennacook Street. You can see down at the corner of the plan. But functionally speaking, this was built as a cohesive development, even though it spans 2 lots, shared parking, shared access. It all comes in on the main driveway you see that runs down the north lot all the way to Rumford Street. And that's the general entrance for the office park, and has been that way since it was built in the late 70s, early 80s. The state of New Hampshire leases the entirety of the south building right now, and under the lease they have the option to purchase what they're leasing. And so what they're leasing is basically what you see outlined, the lot that we're proposing. It's the south building, but about 6.5 acres that surrounds it. It encompasses basically all the parking field on the south lot and the south building. We expect the state's going to exercise that option to purchase that land area, the 6.5 acres, this summer. functionally, nothing is gonna change. But the ownership of that 6.5 acres will transfer from Mr. Dupree to the state of New Hampshire. Basically, our proposal is to subdivide that off to create that as a separate lot of record that can be conveyed to the state. Mr. Dupree would then retain the balance of the south lot and reserve that for future development. The proposed 6.5 acre lot complies with all zoning requirements except for frontage. You can see it doesn't have any frontage on a public street. The main reasons for that are that it's not functionally necessary since access has been provided via the shared driveway since the early 1980s. And second, it allows Mr. Dupree to retain that excess land, which will also benefit the city in the sense that 30-something acres isn't going to go to the state and be potentially tax exempt. Development could go up front, generate some tax revenue for the city.
Does it comply with setbacks?
There was a variance granted when the building was built
Thank you.
for that dividing lot line.
Thank you.
So I think, as you all know, the state's exempt from local land use regulations. However, we put this application in because we think it's better practice to actually get the formal subdivision approval for the record, for the sake of clarity moving forward. It's how Mr. Dupree did the courthouse project on North Main Street as well, and so that's the approach that we're taking here. As for the variance criteria, as I mentioned, the use and the operation of the property will remain the same, so there's no change in the essential character of the neighborhood. There's no harm to the general public or diminution to surrounding property values. On the hardship, there isn't any substantial relationship between the frontage requirement and its application to this property because the property was developed in such an unequal fashion with the lot line bisecting essentially a otherwise cohesive office park development. Since day one, all the access has been shared. It's all been on via the driveway in the north lot, and that's been both safe and adequate to get to the property. Limiting the state's ownership to the 6.5 acres used in conjunction with the south building makes sense for everyone involved because it allows the private use and development of the excess land.
Is there a deeded easement, access easement, or will there be?
There will be when this conveyed to the state. There's a number of easements that are in place. The north lot and the south lot are now under common ownership, so the new easements probably need to be created when it's conveyed to the state.
Thank you.
Could you just go up there and outline the lot for me?
Sure. So today, the south lot is this big lot right here, frontage here and here. This is the north lot up here, so two lots existing. What we're proposing is to create a lot that is this highlighted area right here, and that houses the south building and basically the parking field.
I'm glad I asked.
Any other questions for Mr. Hart?
Nope.
Anything else you need for us to know, like for us to know?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard or in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone? Yes, please come forward.
I didn't intend to speak. I didn't intend. I'm just learning this for the first time. My name is Martin Peroso, and I am the property owner to the west, perhaps?
Swear?
I do.
Yes.
What I just said is still the truth before I swore.
I'll trust you on that.
Are you the one with the speedway in the backyard, in the front yard?
My tenant has
Okay.
that. So I grew up with Woods and the city owning all of this property back then, and I bought my parents' house 10 years ago, and I rented out, and they have a little speedway thing there for little race car things, just so you know what a speedway is, and we don't confuse the rest of the group. I'm looking at this for the first time 5 minutes ago, and I don't see a problem with this at all, and I had no idea the state was interested in buying it. I knew that the state was renting at least the building of like something that shouldn't impact me or any of the neighbors or do anything that impacts that at all. So although I wasn't expecting to say anything for or against, I think that this has no impact on me and my neighbors and any of those things on it. It was a great place to play and grow up. It's something you can ride your bike and walk around there too. But I think it's all a good thing. I'm not sure if I said it enough times or not, but no impact to me and the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? Any comments from code enforcement? All right, with that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. And I'll start this one with Andrew. We have a request for a waiver on the required frontage on a public street.
Yeah, it's obviously an extremely unique lot. We don't have to dwell on that, it's pretty obvious. And the state doesn't need frontage because of the unique access that's coming through, and I don't know other neighboring properties are gonna be impacted really keeping, and he obviously wants to do this, so I would move to approve. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't make my motion. Those are my comments.
Okay. Laura?
I don't love the idea of creating lots without frontage, but the state actually doesn't need the variance, so I don't know that there's any value in denying it. It is a unique lot, given the way it was developed. There will be a deeded access down the existing access way, so there will be safe and sane access to the property. It's not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood or decrease surrounding property values, and there's really no gain to the public in denying the variance, given the uniqueness of the development. So I too would be in favor of granting the variance.
Jim?
I have nothing to add.
Ditto.
I agree with my colleagues. I think a variance in this case is justified. Would anyone care to make a motion? Someone already has.
Yeah, I move to approve the.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded for the reasons offered by,
Do you need to make the cross easement a condition, or do you think we're okay without it?
I would like to make that a condition.
I'm fine adding that to the motion.
all right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The variance is granted. One Granite Place shall stand alone.
I need to sign in, which I did not do.
Yes, please.
Definitely.
Made me swear to pick up trees.
Yeah.
We're trying to get that done this summer.
We might get through this.
You have to push them off the next.
Oh.
We're going pretty quick, we might be able to get them done.
We'll just keep going here.
This one looks.
0067,
You can't
2023.
take a lot of time, Phil.
303 Sheep Davis Road,
It's legal.
GWP Gateway Performance District. George Gear Revocable Trust is the owner. The applicant wishes to develop a 48-unit multifamily housing project and seeks a variance to Article 2872 off-street parking requirements to permit 84 parking spaces, where 96 parking spaces are required.
I think that's all we're gonna leave it.
Mr. Hastings, I swear to tell the truth. Ma'am,
Alexandria, yes.
you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Oh,
I also swear to tell the truth. Morgan Dunson with Novus Group.
very good. Would you go through your names again, please, for the record?
Yes, Philip Hastings, I'm an attorney with Coogan Waters and Bass, represent the applicant.
Morgan Dunson, I'm the civil engineer with Novus Group.
Alexandria Panagiatakis, I'm with Catch Neighborhood Housing, and we are the developer of the property.
Fire away.
Thank you. Well, I'll be brief. This is an already approved project for 48 housing units on Sheep Davis Road to be used by Catch. They're in the process of finalizing their permits and have a time constraint on closing by September 30th as part of their financing process. What brings us here tonight is the use per the ordinance requires 96 spaces. Because of that, the site really is not set up for 96 spaces. During the planning board process, we asked the planning board for a conditional use permit to build only 84 spaces under the provision that allows us to set aside an area where we could build the additional spaces if necessary. That conditional use permit was granted. To comply with the conditional use permit requirements, however, we've been advised by staff that we either need a variance to permit the 12 spaces, the additional 12 spaces, which we do not intend to build. That would require a retaining wall within the side setback, which is shown here on this plan, this sketch plan. Again, a retaining wall, which we have no intention of building, or under the conditional use permit, do we have to build.
That's the serpentine wall at the top?
Yes, correct, right there. So the alternative is we either need a variance for the setback requirement to show a retaining wall, which we're not going to build, or ask for a variance consistent with the conditional use permit to have only 84 spaces where 96 are allowed. If we were to seek a variance for the retaining wall, we need a set of fully engineered plans, which we would not be able to get accomplished in time to meet our deadline, our September 30th deadline, or at least would be a very difficult task to do. There'd also be additional costs. This is a affordable housing project, so every dollar matters here. So between the delay and the cost, as well as staff advising us that the better approach is to ask for the variance for the reduced number of parking spaces, that's why we're here today.
Questions from the board?
Tell me what's unique about the property.
What's unique about the property is it's a very odd shaped,
Yep.
Do you have the other plan?
I was just gonna bring up the GIS.
It's a unique shape, and there's a stream and brook that abut it.
yeah,
See.
you can see it's a very triangular piece. So.
Kind of looks like New Hampshire.
And the sloping nature of the lot is what's driving the need for a retaining wall, if we were to go that route. The building is set under the approved site plan, sort of parallel to the brook, and we need to provide parking within 150 feet of the building per the ordinance. So the only place that really, those 12 spaces could be located are on that, I guess that's the northerly side of the lot, which has the physical constraints with the sloping nature.
And why don't we need all the parking spaces?
The parking spaces, the conditional use permit was granted on the basis of 1 3/4 spaces per dwelling unit. That's actually higher than what historically catch projects have shown. Alexandra, you wanna-
We have from our portfolio, we have about 400 units. First off, we only, with our leases, it's 1 space per unit.
Okay,
And we average 1.25 per unit.
thank you.
Other questions? Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
Nope, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Or in opposition to it? Any comments from code enforcement? With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. I'll start this one at Nick's end of the table.
I don't think we heard we didn't get any information as to, was there really a need for 96 parking spaces? I think we heard that they could do 12 more. They weren't going to, but they could if they had to. Is that what I heard?
They could do it if they built the retaining wall,
Yeah.
but they have no intention of doing it because they got a conditional use permit saying they don't have to do it.
But the conditional use permit requires them to show where they would put it.
Right.
Yeah, so they could.
So they're asking us for forgiveness on that.
Yeah, I'm inclined to give them that forgiveness.
You're a generous man.
Paying for that out of pocket?
Jim?
Yeah, I agree with Nick. I think it's a very unique piece of property. It's tough to squeeze them in, and I think the testimony about the catches experience with 1.25 is rationale that we need to get the estimates.
I agree.
Andrew,
I also agree.
wake up.
4 more minutes, you got 4 more minutes.
I agree.
Very good. I also agree with my colleagues. I think the topography and the shape of the lock do suggest a hardship. Anyone care to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. You're welcome. Next case, 0068, 2023, 8 Merchants Way. Gateway Performance District Interchange Development LLC owner.
Should we try to power through and do the last one?
Yeah, I think we will.
We can get both.
Not gonna leave anybody.
Yeah, that would almost be.
I mean, that,
It would be cruel.
that's the kind of thing even I wouldn't.
It might have disappeared, you can use mine.
My name is Ben Duvall. I am here, I work for Classic Signs. Sorry, I swear to tell the
You
truth.
swear to tell the truth when you say you work for Classic Signs.
I'm here on behalf of Service Credit Union, who is leasing property at 8 Merchants Way. We are seeking a variance, or they are, I am on their behalf, for additional square footage for signage. This situation is very unique in the direction that the building is oriented, such that the side of the building that determines their frontage over the entrance does not face the road that they actually have frontage on, nor does it face the street that is used to access the property. Sorry?
Sorry, every building in there.
Yes, yeah, so.
We're getting very good at these.
You probably remember Jersey Mike's from last month.
Yeah.
I was watching.
Yeah, I
that.
have a recollection of that.
So, if you've read my application, I probably don't need to add a whole lot, but the interesting thing that is listed in here, the architect's renderings actually show signage front and back, which was what was proposed to prospective tenants. Obviously, they didn't do their code research. But tenants were thinking that they would be able to have a sign front and back and effectively advertise their business. And we actually started the project with Service Credit Union kind of under that assumption until we looked and thought we'd be allowed 50 square footage based on the side that faced Merchants Way. Then we realized we would only be allowed 45 square feet based on their entrance, and 40 of it was used just on the front sign. So at the time, we felt like we were relegated only to that front sign and had to get that installed immediately, as their grand opening is actually on Monday. But through research with the landlord, with Jersey Mike's project, and other similar projects over the last couple months, we just determined that it was in our best interest to apply for a variance due to the extenuating circumstances.
Questions from the board? Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in favor of this appeal? Anyone in opposition? Comments from code enforcement?
Nope.
All right. Andrew,
Well,
how do you look at this one?
It is an odd shape, lot in that the determination of the frontage is not where they can actually put the sign, and I haven't actually been up there yet, but from what I understand, it's in order for them to adequately promote their business, they would need this amount of signage, and it's not really gonna interfere with any of the neighbors, because they're all in the exact same position. It seems like they're coming in with fairly consistent proposals, so that seems reasonable.
Laura?
I agree. The orientation of the building renders it unique from a sign perspective, and I think the amount of signage they're requesting is reasonable. It is not going to alter the character of the neighborhood, because all of these businesses are going to need these variances, and it is not going to diminish surrounding property values.
I'm mostly shocked that Andrew hasn't been there yet, but.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly.
Really?
was just over there today. It's the best market basket ever.
Liquor store or market basket?
Both are big draws.
Beyond that, I have
I
nothing
only
to
went
add.
to Home Goods.
And we've seen a lot of similar pieces like this where we've had dual frontage kind of things back and we've granted those. So I'm inclined to support it also.
Including one next door to it. Yep. I agree with my colleagues. Does anyone care to make a motion?
I will move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The variance is granted. That brings us, you're welcome, to the ultimate case tonight. It's 10:01, but we're gonna make an exception here.
I have 9:59.
Yeah, it's 9:59 according to the atomic clock in
Thank you, Mr. Monahan.
Mr. Monahan's phone. 6 Midland Street, RS Single Family Residential District. Leslie A. Berry is the owner and wishes to install an in-ground pool and seeks a variance to Article 28.532, accessory buildings and facilities, to construct a pool 23 feet from the rear where 25 feet is required and 3 feet from the side where 15 feet are required. Swear to tell the truth.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
Leslie Berry.
What would you like us to know? We have seen your app.
Yes, and the property line runs at an angle, which is at a different angle than how the house sits to the road frontage. So it creates a kind of a short corner on one side of the property. That's what we call the corner where we're hoping to put the pool on the side. And then we kind of have a fat corner on the other side. So we were looking to put the pool over on the left-hand side of the property, which means the 3 feet is essentially the cement of the 4-foot surround that goes around the pool. It's not the pool edge. It's the cement, which I believe that's.
You mean the apron?
Yes, the apron. And then it goes up to about 7 feet because of the angle towards the house end of the pool. I did my best in the drawing there. I don't know that I'm to scale, but Ms. Hutton said, do your best, and that's what I could do.
There's a sort of rhomboid shape in some of these pictures. I assume that the plan that shows this as a rectangle is the accurate rendering.
Correct.
Okay.
I know you don't want to put it in the middle of the backyard, but you could put it in the middle of the backyard and meet all the setbacks, right?
We measured that. I think it would be tight. We'd have to go back to square one with talking with the pool company, re-looking at a reconfiguration of the stairs or what it looks like. I think I might be back here, depending on conversations with the pool company again.
Why not make it 2 feet shorter? That would take care of the rear yard problem.
Yes, it could.
Do they come in specific sizes? I don't know.
It's an in-ground pool, you can make it any size you want, right?
They're pretty standard. This would be an 1836 size pool, and then as you use the 4-foot apron that goes around.
Who's, the lot, I guess, into your rear, is there, where's the house situated in that lot? Is that, or what's on that lot?
It's a carriage house, and it's a significant distance away. There's actually a fence, that's our fence, and then there's a significant distance to their carriage house, and then they have a driveway, and then they have a home.
Oh, it's 264 is the,
Correct.
Are there woods in between there, or?
We have trees and a white, tall 6-foot fence for privacy.
Well, following up on Laura's question, just a little more detail, if you wanted to infringe a little bit into the 25 rear, but could you get it in the middle of your backyard so that you have 15 feet from either side?
we would have to do another round of measuring.
But how come you don't want it more centered in your backyard, because of all the landscaping you have on the other side? Is that?
We have landscaping, and we also have 3 young children, so we'd still like some grass area to be able to play.
Yeah.
Do you have a well or septic on the property?
City, we're all in city, everything.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
I think there must have been a variance granted for the neighbor's garage, because when we had our survey done, which I believe you have in front of you in the packet, that looks to be only about 10 feet from the property. Other neighbors in the area seem to have pools with similar configurations, not running the same direction that you're asking, running essentially the long way on their property. And I think in my application I included kind of a picture of some of the other neighbor pools. So I feel like we're
I didn't
not
see
asking, not asking for anything else
I don't
that
see
other
any,
neighbors don't have.
I don't see other neighbors in here.
Look at picture 6.
Look on the back side of the papers. Oh, on the-
Page 12, right, the back page.
This piece?
Yeah, I've got that.
This here, I think.
Yes, Ms. Ryan is
That's
right.
it.
Yes.
There's the pools.
It's not easy to tell what's a pool
No.
and what isn't. But I see a couple things that look kind of like pools.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can tell the color, the kind of purpley lavender color in some of these backyards are pools.
Sorry, colorblind.
Let me
It
point.
didn't come well.
All these years you've kept that from me.
Is that why you
So
asked for the?
for
It's
Madison
also hard to
Street,
see the
My
pastel
husband's
colors
also
in here.
colorblind, so I always look fantastic, he says.
So is this a pool of the neighbor right next to you?
Yes, it is.
So that we have a pool here, there's a pool over here, there's a pool over here. Those are the ones I see, so I see
Okay. Thank you.
Those two look like they're, that one might be close, but those two.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The record will show, is there anyone who would care to be heard in favor of this appeal? Please come forward. Sorry, it's 10:08.
I promise I will be brief.
You swear to tell the whole truth.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
Jean Verhoeven. It's V as in Victor, E-R space, capital H-O-E, V as in Victor, E-N. I guess I'm really here not to be against it or for it, but I think there's more to the story. We just need a little more information.
What's your address?
264, I'm right over the back fence.
That carriage house right there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
it, that's it. Yeah, we're pretty used to pool noise, and it's just, we have no problem with it. It's kids playing, because next door to them, there's a pool, and right behind us, they had a above-ground pool. So we're kind of used to that, so it's not that big a deal, although it will be much closer to our line now. And just some of the information that we got was a little misleading. I think there could be more done if they wanted to put it more toward the middle. I think there is a landscaping to consider, there's a deck to consider that I realize will up the cost a lot. We considered a personal project on their side of the fence, but 262 and 266 have both asked me to ask if it would be possible to have it fenced in so that nobody can see the pool, especially since it's that much closer to us now. That 266, which is 262, which is next to me, they can look right into the backyard. The other side 266 can kind of look kitty corner into it. And our patio is on the 266 side diagonally, so we can, we'll be pretty close to the pool when we're out in our backyard. The 2 feet, that's not killing us, but we just have some concerns that maybe there's more to the story. I don't know. It was implied that it was going to be a great boon for the neighborhood, but we're really not seeing that so much. I don't understand what that really meant. But we'd just like to say I've learned a lot tonight listening, and we know how to get variances now, and I just want to remind the Berries, my husband is a bagpiper, so if we need to get too close to the back fence.
Isn't there a fence in the backyard already?
There is, but it's ends with space on either side.
So it doesn't go right to the property line?
I don't believe so, no.
It doesn't surround.
That's how they were able to walk around.
But any
Doesn't the
pool
ordinance
you-
require a fence around
Yeah.
the pool?
Yeah.
The building code would require a fence around a pool.
But not
Yeah.
solid.
Private
But not-
fence.
It might be a see,
Right, not
it
a
could be a
privacy
chain
fence,
fence,
a
but
security.
probably most people would do a privacy for their own purposes.
It's just for safety, not for
Right.
exclusion.
Right.
Right.
I understand that. Okay. We all set?
I think so. I think
Okay.
we didn't have enough information to
Very
go
good.
pro or con. But thank you very much, and thanks for getting it done tonight. We want you to sign here, don't you?
Yes, please.
Comments from code enforcement?
No, you do have comments from an abutter.
You got 3 letters.
Actually, I have some letters here. I have one from Jordan Fithian, who is in favor of the appeal, has an in-ground pool himself, does not say where he lives.
Can you spell his last name, Chris?
Fithian. Madison, okay. Then there's one from Mark Moore, who lives at number 5 Moreland Avenue, and he's in favor of the request for the variance. Great neighborhood, great neighbors. And then there's Linda Levy, who is next door neighbor, I believe, 8 Midland Street.
No.
She and her husband Paul Levy live at 8 Midland Street. They are concerned that the pool is too close to their mutual property line. Current proposal grossly infringes on the 15-foot setback requirement. Concerned about damage to the value of their home because it's so close. They wonder perhaps if the pool's configuration or location could not be changed so that it would comply with the variance, with the ordinance. And that's the gist of that letter. And then we have William Faulkner, who does not say where he lives, but he supports the application. Ms. Berry, would you like to offer factual clarification in response to anything that you've heard?
Sure, I think it's probably more addressed at our backyard neighbors who, I invited them over to show, we put, in some of the pictures, you can see string, we laid out string on the ground, so we felt like we could invite neighbors over for them to clearly see. We invited the Levies, who walked the backyard with us, and we showed them exactly what our plans were, and we were trying to be more communicative than waiting for tonight's hearing to make sure that neighbors understood and had an opportunity to express some concern prior. There is a fence already in the backyard. When we had the survey done, we didn't know. Our property went over to that fat side as far as it did. We went upon our neighbors saying this is about where the line is, and so that's where the fence stopped. So we actually discovered about 8 more feet of property that is ours. So we have zero problem finishing up the backside of that fence, you know, for our backyard neighbors. But then obviously for the pool, we would have to have some sort of fence in also. We invited the other backyard neighbors on the South Street side who talked to this neighbor here to come on over, and we never heard from them, or, you know, we were trying to be very communicative with everyone.
Very
So,
good.
I think that was all that.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. I think it's Laura's turn to be first up. And then
I
we're-
really appreciate you sitting through this entire meeting. And I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but I cannot support this variance because there's a conforming place in the backyard that it can go, and therefore there's no hardship. And so I don't even need to reach the other variance criteria.
It's not the minimum variance.
It's not even that. I mean, it could be put someplace conforming, and there's a Supreme Court case that basically says if you can put it someplace conforming, you don't get a variance.
Andrew?
I partially agree. I do agree as to the, well, I'd be inclined to approve it as to the 23 feet, because it's, versus the 25, because it's pretty minimal. I think that the shape of it is a pretty reasonable sized pool for this area, and the other house is pretty far away, and there's a fence back there, so I think that's pretty minimal. I would not be inclined to approve it as far as the 2 or 3 feet on that side. I think that's too close to that neighbor. And in fact, the neighbor who did testify said the 23 feet didn't bother them, so that's my view.
Yeah, it's a side setback that's kind of a matter of choice. I mean, I asked, did you have septic? Is there a drain issue? There's really not a hardship. It's a really matter of convenience, and I don't think the ordinance allows us that flexibility.
It's a good-sized pool. I mean, it's basically the length of this room. I'm okay with the rear setback of 23 feet. I agree with Andrew about the 2 feet. But I'm a little concerned about the side setback with only 3 feet.
I don't see, because you could configure this pool in a way that would not require a variance, and I don't see anything about the lot that would prevent that, and haven't heard anything that prevents that. I'm afraid I'd have to side with Laura on this one, that I don't think there's a hardship. Anyone care to make a motion?
I will move to deny it on the basis that there is no special conditions of the property which would warrant the grant of the variance where the pool can be installed in a conforming location.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. Andrew, did you have some thoughts?
Well, I was gonna see if we could split them. I don't know if that's possible, given their application to rule on the 2 different variance requests separately. Or, I mean, it's 1 variance request, but on the 2 setback requests separately. Can we do that? Can we do that, or no?
No, I don't think so, because we're ruling on the design that they've proposed.
Okay.
I don't think we can break it into pieces.
Okay, fair enough.
But I think they heard if they came back with,
Bigger side setbacks would be more inclined to grant it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other?
I'm sorry, what was the, I know it's on that, all in front of me. What's the side setback requirement? Is it 15?
15.
Yeah, 15.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to deny?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The vote is unanimous. The variance is denied, alas. Do I hear a motion to approve the?
So moved.
What did we approve? Minutes.
And the findings.
And the
You guys
findings.
should have eaten those caffeinated bars.
It's been moved, and is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Everything's approved. Life is good. Anything else you'd need from us tonight?
No.
We did it.
So this is it, I have a new role, I'm the flight attendant of the